being held in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, also known as Subdistrict 10K/6. Notice of being set in the record of the citizen on Thursday, January 2nd, 2025. Citizen on Wednesday, January 8th. These notices were sent within 48 hours prior to this meeting. Notice of the meeting was sent to the record of citizen on Thursday, January 24th, and was posted to both papers on Wednesday, July 6th. All notices were posted on the bulletin board of the municipal building as well as posted on the town's website. Notices were sent within 48 hours prior to this meeting and were sent in sufficient time for the publications to post. Copy of said notice is on file with the municipal clerk. Town clerk right here. Now, how does that work in the field here? City equipment Spanish. If someone needs a please raise their hand. Okay, at this time I'd like to ask everyone to please rise for a pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing. For God in heaven, you have called us here to the voice of your people to act on your behalf. Give us the wisdom and strength to do what is right for our town and our people. Let us remember always that we serve you by serving you now. Our prayer is simple, and we act justly, love tenderly, walk humbly with you and your people. Amen. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Espacio?
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Here.
Councilmember Santana?
Here.
Councilmember Sarnia?
Here.
Councilmember Tapia?
And
Councilmember Toro?
Here.
Councilmember Velez?
Here.
Councilmember Whitner? Here. Mayor Dodd?
Here. Okay, we have approval of minutes for August 19th, 2025.
So moved.
Second. Questions, comments?
And the just confirm that everybody is
The vote, please.
Councilmember Espacio?
Stay.
Yep.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Santana?
Yes.
Councilmember Sarnia?
Yes.
Councilmember Tapia?
Yes.
Councilmember Toro?
Yes.
Councilmember Velez?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitner?
Yes.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to ask that we move off on committee appointments. Committee reports for tonight. There's a lot to go over, a lot to discuss. We have redevelopment, we have the ordinance on for public safety directors. So that I'm going to ask that we hold off on any committee reports before that discussion. Tonight we have a proclamation honoring Ovarian Cancer Month that we had a proclamation that was sent to us. We'll ask Councilwoman Sandy Whitner to please read that proclamation.
A proclamation for Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas ovarian cancer is the fifth leading cause of cancer-related death among women in the United States, the American Cancer Society estimates that in 2025, approximately 20,890 women will be diagnosed with ovarian cancer and 12,730 will die nationwide, including an estimated 670 new cases and 340 deaths in New Jersey. And whereas a woman's lifetime risk of being diagnosed with ovarian cancer is approximately 1 in 91, and her lifetime risk of dying from the disease is approximately 1 in 143. And whereas due to vague, non-specific symptoms and the absence of a reliable early detection test, the majority of women are diagnosed at stage 3 or later when the cancer has already spread beyond their ovaries. And whereas, although the 5-year survival rate for stage 1 ovarian cancer exceeds 90%, only 15% of cases are diagnosed at this early stage. Those diagnosed in later stages, the 5-year survival rate is 50%. And whereas, while screening tools such as mammograms, pap tests exist for breast and cervical cancers, no equivalent screening tests exist for ovarian cancer, making awareness of symptoms and risk factors essential for early intervention. And whereas increased public education about ovarian cancer can help save lives by promoting earlier diagnosis, supporting access to gynecologic oncology care, and encouraging research funding for better detection and treatment options. And whereas during the month of September, the town of Dover joined survivors, families, healthcare professionals, advocacy organizations, and all those committed to raising awareness, remembering lives lost, and offering hope for a future with better outcomes and ultimately a cure. Now therefore, I, Mayor James P. Dodd, do hereby place 2025 as Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month in the town of Dover, New Jersey, and encourage all residents to participate in awareness activities, bring skill and support, and engage in conversations that help save lives and support the thousands of families affected by this devastating disease.
Very good. Thank you, Senator, for raising that into the record. Absolutely support that, so thank you. Tonight we have a public hearing on a budget amendment. We also have a resolution to adopt the amended budget. Jordan, I'm going to ask you to allow John Mooney to join this meeting. He is our reporter from Mississippi. I believe John is on Zoom.
Yeah, he's already on.
You there, John?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Loud and clear.
Excellent.
Thank you. So, John, I know tonight and for this conversation, we had to make a amendment to the budget to transfer the dollar amount exceeded the limit, which made us at this point adopt that, but also open it up to the public for comment on the amendment only. So, John, if you could just take a minute, or at either one of you, just take a minute and explain that amendment to this council and to the public for their behalf, in case someone wants to comment on the amendment only.
Sure, Mayor. What you have here tonight is you have an amendment to the budget as prescribed by the state of New Jersey. When they had done their review of the budget, which they've been doing for the past several years in Dover, they had noticed that employee retirement system and police and fire retirement system for pension was both underfunded in the budget. We were dealing with older numbers at the time when we put the budget together, and by the time the state got to review it, the firm numbers had been established and they were below what they needed to be. So what we had to do is we had to reduce certain line items. We reduced two line items, one being fire department other expense, the other being recreation department other expense. And we moved money out of the O&E lines for those two lines into the public employee retirement system and police and fire retirement system, so that the state was, for all intents and purposes, happy with the way the budget read at that point. We were able to also move some money to both water operating and parking operating for pension. And again, the state was happy with that as well. This isn't an ordinance, but it had to be introduced prior to the hearing on the budget, which you had at the last meeting. And now what that means is that you have a hearing, a public hearing on this, just the ordinance only. You'll open it up to the public for them to discuss just this amendment. And then once the public is done, you take action on this resolution, and then you take action on the budget as a whole.
Sounds good, John. Thank you. I appreciate that explanation.
You're welcome.
For them to the public. Any questions from this board on the amendment only? Hearing none, I'll open this portion to the public. Anyone in the public wish to be heard on the public hearing for budget amendment, please raise your hand and we'll let you.
Sorry, Mayor, I'm not seeing the hands raised.
Okay, so we don't have any public.
Sorry, I can't see Mayor. There's a list of participants, and
There's panelists.
panelists is the one we can see.
Yes.
Yeah, those are the panelists. You would see a hand come up. It would be here because I'm also monitoring.
Okay, that's the plan. Okay.
There are no hands that have come up for this portion of.
Okay, so no comment from the public. At this point, I'll close this portion to the public and entertain a vote for the amendment only.
So moved. Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Thacia,
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Santana,
Yes.
Councilmember Scarnio,
Yes.
Councilmember Tapia,
Yes.
Councilmember Toro,
Yes.
Councilmember Velez,
Yes.
Councilmember Whitner,
Yes.
Mayor Dodd.
Yes. Okay, now we have roll call on the 2025 budget. There is no public participation. We already had a public hearing, the public portion for the 2025 budget. The only reason we couldn't vote on the budget in the previous meeting is because we had to adopt the amendment. So if I could have a motion on the budget, please.
So moved.
And a second? Second. Roll call.
Councilmember Estacio,
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Santana,
Yes.
Councilmember Carnio,
Yes.
Councilmember Tapia,
Yes.
Councilmember Toro,
Yes.
Councilmember Velez,
Yes.
Councilmember Whitner,
No.
Mayor Dodd.
Yes. All right, so before we go to the public comment, tonight we have to discuss the public safety director position here in the town of Dover. And I just want to be clear, I'm going to read a statement and I'm going to ask our two attorneys to provide a comment. And I'm also going to ask Lou Valori from the Valori Group, came in and did an assessment of the Dover Police Department. This is nothing new to the town of Dover. We had a public safety director when I was here prior, up until 2020, when the Blackman administration eliminated or came in and gutted a lot of the departments here in town. So it is no secret that my administration and my re-election were built on one clear promise: to clean up Dover and right the ship. Our victory at the polls was not mine alone, it was yours, the residents of Dover. It was the will of the people. You made your voices heard. We, the people of Dover, will not tolerate the failures, the corruption, and the chaos that thrived under the Blackman administration. Under her leadership, this town was driven head-on to disaster. Budgets and COVID relief funds were misappropriated. Redevelopment projects were reckless and destructive. The administration had no business sense and no ability to negotiate with developers and bankers who saw Dover as easy prey. The result? Atrocious deals, overpayments on basic services like phones and internet, and the sale of a public building at staggering $1 million losses,
Excuse me, Mayor.
all during the strongest real estate market in recorded history.
I apologize for interrupting, but you're being told that members of the public cannot hear you. So I just want to.
It is coming to a testing there.
Who said it was?
So we are testing that time. It's a good laugh, because I'm testing it at
Testing. Maybe we just gotta get closer. I gotta get closer. I didn't see.
I'm like right up against.
I apologize, Mayor.
No, it's okay.
and everybody's writing loud and clear. So whoever said they can't hear it is false. So.
Okay. So, where I left off was all during the strongest real estate market in recorded history. Worse, the very keys to our community were handed over. Dover became a magnet for illegal immigration, straining our resources, our schools, and threatening our neighborhoods, our quality of life, and eroding our aging housing stock, and harassing residents, visitors, and businesses alike. The police department itself admitted under orders from the prior administration to follow a no enforcement policy, better yet, call it what it is, a look the other way in the other direction policy resulting in intoxicated people vomiting, urinating, defecating, right in broad daylight. This was no accident. It was a deliberate move to turn Dover into a sanctuary city. Run down Dover as a place less desirable, and all this was pushed by Carol Ruiz and a small but very vocal circus that follows. If you listen closely, Ms. Ruiz has never once stood up for Dover, never once spoken with pride about our community, our residents, or our future. Instead, only paints a doom and gloom narrative, and the incompetencies, personal failures, and disbelief in what you, the residents of Dover, are capable of. She does all of this while parading outsiders into town to serve her twisted political circus in this very same meetings, where the police have refused a directive to remove these individuals when they become disruptive. Exactly the reason these meetings are now virtual. Again, taken away from the services for the residents of Dover. And make no mistake, Ruiz stands alongside Carolyn Blackman and T.C. McCourt now backing this behavior in the upcoming election in November. The same names, the same failures, and the same agenda, all trying to claw their way back into office. Daniela Mendez, Judith Rugg, and Chris Almeida, all part of the circus brought to this town. If you recall, Ms. Ruiz cares more about a small number of individuals' feelings than our community's safety. She single-handedly demanded the town reject a free military safety and rescue vehicle because it had Army camouflage. So for the people stuck in floodwaters down in East Dover, let's recall that your safety came second to those who feel the presence of law enforcement. Some may ask, why is this background important? Because we are closing out our second year, halfway through a 4-year term. And let's be honest, what has changed? I'm going to tell you. Every department in town has been working tirelessly from the building and construction, redevelopment, and economic planning, zoning and code enforcement, public works, recreation, water. Each has pushed forward reforms that residents demanded and doubled down on work productivity. Annual rental inspections, for example. Our code enforcement officers steadfast on flushing out overcrowding and protecting the quality of life, stopping the abuse of our aging and our housing stock. A construction department that helps residents instead of hindering them on home renovation projects. A planning office determined to restore Dover's vitality, and it's clearly working. DPW crews cleaning and maintaining our streets, our public parks, and our buildings. Our water department tirelessly upgrading our system and infrastructure. Recreation expanding programs that bring life to our community. Now compare that to our police department. What have they delivered in the last 2 years? Excuses when residents complain about parties blasting music until 3 a.m. Meanwhile, people urinate, defecate, and harass other people in public in downtown right in broad daylight. And let me ask you this, Dover. Do you know how secure someone has to feel? How confident in the lack of enforcement here in town to pull down their pants in the middle of our downtown and urinate and defecate in broad daylight? Today alone, a police vehicle was sitting idle in the rear parking lot at St. Clair's Hospital, and another police vehicle was sitting idle in the woods at Waterworks Park. Why are they sitting remote, idling, and not patrolling our neighborhoods? This act alone tells the story of what this police department has delivered over the last 2 years under its current leadership. Make no mistake about it, the police were put on notice. Enforce our laws, uphold our ordinances, and restore law and order. They have failed. Instead, what do we see? A department that is quick to play politics, quick to target and intimidate critics of the department, quickly pushing lawsuits and playing legal games, yet slow and absent when it comes to protecting Dover's residents and businesses. Business owners tell us they're afraid to call the police. Some are even told to take down political signs when they hang them in their windows. And yet the same department racks up nearly millions of dollars in overtime per year. Overtime for what? Do we see more officers on the street? Do you see results? We don't. And neither did the people of Dover. Instead, we hear excuse after excuse about state bail reform tying their hands, but somehow there's never hesitation when it comes to inflating charges against those who dare to speak out. Just ask Sergio Rodriguez, he knows firsthand. The irony is staggering. Millions of dollars in overtime, lawsuits filed left and right, taxpayer resources wasted, and what do we get? Half-hearted enforcement, and the community is still plagued with lawlessness. Some residents are concerned about the legal bill to protect council members from political retaliation. But where is the outrage over the millions in police overtime that's been draining this town since the Blackman administration? Where is the outrage that our police chief is one of the highest paid in the county? In fact, I think he's one of the highest paid chiefs in the state, if not the nation. Where's the outrage over the sweetheart contracts cut under Blackman? John Delaney and Betty Lou DeCroce. Betty Lou DeCroce giving Chief Delaney a $60,000 raise to increase her own salary by 1% higher than the chief's her contract. Contracts so bloated they guaranteed lifetime taxpayer-funded health care for the chief and his entire family. So bloated as the highest paid employee, the chief pays the least amount toward the town healthcare program. But yes, we should reward those who do their jobs. So tell me, what job is being done here in Dover? How many cups of coffee does it take to ignore the crimes and filth and the chaos that plague this town? And yet this is the same police department that was given an active arrest warrant out of Patterson for Daniela Mendez under her legal birth name, and nothing has been done. Nothing. We're told it's an active case and we can't comment. Prostitution is right out in the open in our community, and still the department looks the other way. Why is this department so entangled in politics while it's pretending to be neutral? We know full well they can take directives from a mayor Just look at the deliberate lack of enforcement under Blackman's watch and the order not to enforce the law. But under this administration, they suddenly can't follow leadership. We are not given the same professional courtesy to work in unity for Dover's progress. All we get is a cease and desist letter from the chief's attorney when we try. Instead, what do we see? Council members cozy with the chief, former council members rumored to be romantically involved with police officers, a network of personal favors, insider protection, and political loyalty, all aligned against this administration, all designed to usher back the very failures that the voters overwhelmingly rejected. These same failures that put a high demand on the police department, desperate to drain this town dry. The department's leadership was handpicked by Blackman. In fact, Delaney cut ranks and we lost the lawsuit over it in the amount of $750,000 that is on the agenda tonight as a settlement. This department shields Blackman's puppets and political agenda while delivering little to the public, and somehow portrayed as administration that has failed. Let's be clear. If any other department head had racked up that kind of bloated bills the police department has, they would be fired on the spot for incompetency. Fired. There is no excuse as an unlimited budget. In fact, it's criminal in New Jersey to exceed your budget, but year after year, the police department has overspent its budget. This department acts as if there is, in fact, doubling down on overtime, weaponizing taxpayer money as a tool to punish the administration and to stall Dover's progress. We would love to do more, to get more done for the residents of Dover, but our limited resources are being wasted. These are not harmless games. They have a direct cause and effect. Every dollar wasted in political theater is a dollar stolen from what could be building, repairing, and investing in our residents and our community. This is a strong army, plain and simple, and Dover deserves better. This community deserves accountability, and the unchecked autonomy of the police department ends today. We're establishing a community police safety director, a position that will answer to this administration and, more importantly, answer to the people of Dover. This director will end the fraud, the excess, and the waste. This director will deliver results, not excuses. In a perfect world, this role would not be necessary. But let's be honest, rooted in bail reform and fueled by the arrogance of the past 2 years, we've seen the rise of a silo mentality. It's time to work with all departments, work with the administration, and protect this town. Keep Dover safe, keep Dover clean. And I have to ask, does wiretapping accomplish any of this? None of this board, no one on this board was ever told such a contract existed. How convenient that such a contract was slipped in at the last minute with this administration on their way out the door. I checked the lines personally, repeatedly, as well as others, time after time. No reporting, no disclosure. This wasn't about security. This was a political weapon. To pawn the idea that the prior administration signed off on the police department to monitor town calls is ridiculous. We will get to the bottom of this issue and make no mistake about it. We will review the ordinance, authorize the contracts for the phone company, the contract within itself, and any others that may exist. The ordinance that such external department calls were authorized to be monitored and stored by the police department instead of the clerk or HR office. Instead of eavesdropping on our calls, the police should be out on the streets and enforce our laws. That's what people are waiting for. That's what businesses are begging for. It's been nearly 2 years, and where's the enforcement? Instead of wasting taxpayer money on coffee with a cop, pick up the town's ordinances and enforce them. There is no excuse, not on God's green earth, for an officer to tell a resident they can't enforce a noise complaint. No excuse for saying they can't arrest someone because they're homeless when they're breaking the law. There's no excuse for looking the other way when businesses sell alcohol to already intoxicated individuals on a daily basis. And there is certainly no excuse to ever tell the mayor of Dover there are no officers available to staff the 4th of July fireworks event. None. If you're bringing lawsuits, we'll fight them. The truth will rise to the surface. But hear me now. The people of Dover demand more. They demand accountability, and they're going to get it. This administration will make sure of it. Why are we here? My administration and re-election were built on one promise: clean up Dover and right the ship. Voters demanded an end to the failures, corruption, and chaos of the Blackman administration. Under Blackman, budgets and COVID relief funds were misappropriated. Reckless development projects surfaced. Atrocious deals and overspending on basic services. Unsustainable union contracts. Public buildings sold off at massive losses in the strongest real estate market in history. Community damage under the Blackman administration. Dover became a magnet for illegal immigration. Strained our resources, schools, neighborhoods, and housing stock. All-time high for stacking and overcrowding. Harassments of residents, visitors, and businesses. The chief admitted to a no enforcement policy, deliberately making Dover a sanctuary city. While Carol Ruiz, T.C. McCourt, Danielle Mendez, Judith Rudd, and Chris Almeida pushed a doom and gloom narrative. Parade outsiders into our meetings to only disrupt them. Undermine Dover's image and future. Infamously opposed a free army safety vehicle, rescue vehicle, putting the feelings of certain people first. And now Blackman's people, Mendez, Reagan, Almeida, now on the ballot for November's election. Same failures, same agenda, destroy Dover. I encourage this board to support the position of Public Safety Director. The residents of Dover elected you to clean up this town. I have been back in the office for 22 months, and yet we still talk about the same quality of life issues that affect our town. Every department in town has stepped up and is working like a team, except our police department. It's time for a Public Safety Director. Remember, this is not new to Dover. We had a Public Safety Director, and it was extremely effective until the Blackman administration came in and gutted most departments, including public safety. Tonight, I'm going to ask our town attorneys to discuss our legal position with all of you on this board, so you have the information needed prior to voting on this ordinance. And I will also ask Lou Laurie to discuss in detail the comprehensive assessment of the Dover Police Department that was conducted by the Laurie Group.
Thank you, Mayor. There was a lot said there, so I'm just going to turn to the legal issues.
Yep.
And I'd like to start with the first issue that's important. So Chief Delaney was issued a rights notice because under the law he has a right to receive same. And he asserted under the rights notice that he would like to have any discussion concerning his employment happen in public. So I want to advise the council and the members of the public that any discussion related to Chief Delaney has to be held in public as if you were in closed session. So I'm going to continue to speak louder, if you can hear me. So I want to start there by saying you're free to ask any questions and have any of that discussion now if you're in closed session. With respect to the ordinance, our office prepared the ordinance at the direction of the administration, and it's based upon ordinances in many other municipalities that have abolished the chief position and installed a public safety director. It's been vetted in the courts, it's gone through the legal process, and it is, in my opinion, a very strong legal ordinance. It is going to result in the abolishment of several positions. I'm hopeful that you reviewed it, and it will lead to the establishment of a public safety division with a public safety director at the helm. The ordinance is before you, and if you have any questions, I welcome those.
Hey everybody, I'm here less frequently than Ramon, so I'll just reintroduce myself. I'm Jonathan Cohen, labor attorney, no problem. So I'm here to compliment and kind of add on to what Ramon said, just from a labor perspective, what the ordinance does and what the purpose of it is. Like the mayor said earlier, the concept of a public safety director is not new to the town of Dover. There was one, I believe, until 2020, and that person did really the same functions that are envisioned by this ordinance. Although this ordinance would be more comprehensive and spell out what the different levels are within the police department, and it's more faithful, I think, to what the case law recommends. One of the things that I know is a question that's going to come up during the public hearing tonight is, in order to have a public safety director, why eliminate the chief position? The reason why is because of the PBA versus North Brunswick decision, which states that for a police director to have the ability to carry out certain functions that are normally invested in law enforcement, that are really given by state statute to you as members of the governing body, there cannot be a chief. So the choice under 4814-118 is you either have a chief or you retain or delegate to somebody else those powers. So by having a public safety director, what the North Brunswick case says is that you can give it to that person, but you can't also have a chief. So what we've seen in some other municipalities in recent years, including in this county, is a tension that if the chief position remains on the books, that then there's a tension between the chief position and the public safety director. So, really some of the key case law, that North Brunswick case, which North Brunswick has continued to have a public safety director very successfully for the last 25 years since that case came out, and many other municipalities have adopted that as well. Relative to the issue of the appropriate authority, right, that person then becomes the appropriate authority, and that's what our ordinance is structured to. So instead of having constant back and forth with the administrator and the police chief, which frankly, unfortunately, I've seen with 3 administrators now since I've been a labor attorney in early 2024, there's been a real problem, a breakdown here between town hall and the police department. I think even the defenders of Chief Delaney would have to admit that what you're seeing in this town is something that is almost unheard of. In fact, I would say unheard of. The level of disharmony that you can't staff a fireworks, or you don't know if you can staff fireworks, and you're getting different answers from captains than you are the chief of police, is outrageous. The idea that you don't know that the police department has recordings of every call that's coming in and out of town hall and satellite offices, whether it's the construction code, until we find out through an OVA request that the police lieutenant has recordings, is absolutely outrageous. So, I don't think that, and the fact that our payroll person is being told that she can't contact the payroll person at the police department without an order from the chief, or without first clearing it and writing with the chief, again, demonstrates disharmony. So I want to be clear, this is not a disciplinary action against the chief of police. No one is coming here today to say, the reason for this ordinance is discipline against the chief of police. Under the Civil Service Commission, the standard is economy or efficiency. So do you have efficiency? Can anyone stand up here and say under oath that they believe that this is an efficient police department town hall operation? I would dare anybody to say that, because the disharmony is self-evident. I mean, wiretapping is not normal. The constant threats of lawsuits and back and forth between the chief and different administrators over what should be done and what can be done is not normal. So by having a public safety director and not a chief, you actually give yourself a chance of having finally some bridge between law enforcement and town hall, where you can achieve providing law enforcement services to the public in a harmonious fashion and not constantly be at odds with one another. So unfortunately, there's going to be some pain involved with that, because the way that the North Brunswick sets this up, the North Brunswick case, there's a published case from the appellate division, is that the police chief position has to be eliminated. What this ordinance would also do is eliminate the deputy chief of police position. So that would require that if you do move forward with this ordinance, tonight is only, as you know, the first reading. We would come back in a couple weeks and have a second reading. If it's adopted, at that point, as labor attorney, I would be involved in sending into Trenton to the New Jersey Civil Service Commission a layoff plan. We would obviously have to talk to the affected unions. We would have to assure the Civil Service Commission that we're doing this to achieve economy or efficiency, and then the Civil Service Commission would have to sign off on that. Everybody would get layoff notices and the rest of it. One question that I'm sure will come up is, you've got a chief of police with a contract. So what happens to the chief's contract? My legal opinion is that any aspect of the chief's contract that says that the town governing body is handcuffed and restrained from taking layoff actions for reasons of economy or efficiency is against public policy. This is a civil service municipality. There's a statutory and regulatory mechanism for achieving savings for reasons of economy or efficiency. So any contract that would shackle you or red circle a salary or tell you that this contract predominates over statute, that portion of the contract would be invalid. And in this particular contract, there's a severability clause, I believe, which states that, you know, one aspect of the contract could be unenforceable, although other aspects of it, you know, may be enforceable. So if the chief position were eliminated and the chief were put in the captain position, the chief would go to the SOA and would become a member of the Superior Officer Association. And they have a union, and obviously they negotiate. As Dr. Valori will cover, this is a key year, and I think good timing for this from a labor perspective, because you do have contracts up this year for both the SOA and the PBA. Mayor Dodd, since you've been out of office, both of those contracts became very, I would say, lucrative in terms of longevity, was taken out and put back in. Longevity is a service credit for people that don't know. Basically, since about 2008, 2009, the state has sent out surveys. And if you say that you have contracts with longevity, you fail at question. So the Dodd administration years ago got rid of longevity, and somehow in the last administration, longevity was put back in the contracts. That's just one example. Dr. Valori can get into more examples of how a lot of these things have led to very rich contracts where police officers in this town are making 10 times what residents are making. You know, I think there's something like 11 police officers that routinely make over $250,000, whereas residents in this town make about $30,000. So there's a major discrepancy there. By having a public safety director, you'll have someone outside of the chief, outside of the police department on the civilian side, who will be able to manage over time, do some of these things by managing the payroll function, acting as an appropriate authority who can't be told constantly stay away if Chief Bill of Rights blocks you. I do anticipate over the course of the next couple of weeks, if you move forward in this, people may ask, what are the limits of the public safety director? There was a case at Asbury Park which says the public safety director can't drive around in a police car with lights on and arrest people and pull people over and handcuff them. That's not the job of a public safety director. Whether they were ex-law enforcement or not, they can't act as a law enforcement officer, but what they can do is take your delegated appropriate authority duties and chief of police duties that would otherwise be assigned to the chief of police to run the day-to-day operations, which is how it's reflected in your ordinance that was prepared by the town council and very, I think, skillfully done to incorporate what the law represents relative to what a public safety director should be able to do in order to increase your efficiency, eliminate this gulf, this silo, as you put it there, that is not, you know, in the interest of the town, obviously. When you've got, you know, a police department that's operating independent of the town and everything is a struggle, that indicates that you need to do something else. And a public safety director is a proven way of doing it, something that the town has used in the past. And from my legal opinion, this ordinance is 100% legal, makes a lot of sense, and we can handle the labor aspects of it fairly easily if we choose to move forward in this direction. I mean, there will be resistance to it, obviously, that's to be expected, but nevertheless, this is legally sound from a labor perspective, and it's an avenue that's been charted many times before, and something that we can navigate again.
So, Jonathan, one of the problems that I have to recognize here, and Ed, you know these numbers better than I do, but when I left in 2019, I believe the police budget was 4.7, and when I came back, it was 6.4. When I was out of office, I questioned this council, members of the council at the time that were on the board, who negotiated the contracts. And it was radio silence. No one, not one person on this council at the time reviewed those contracts. One person negotiated with the PBA and the SOA, and that was John Bennett. And how you allow a politician to negotiate a contract single-handedly is beyond me. The contracts that we currently have now, and I'll say this across the board, it's not only police, are unsustainable in this community. We cannot continue to pay these type of salaries and still be a municipality that can function. It's absolutely impossible. When you look at the numbers, they're staggering. When you look at numbers of $500,000, pushing $1 million a year in overtime, that raises flags. How do you continue to do that? If your budget is $350,000 in overtime and you spend $800,000, that's a problem. That's a managerial problem. That's a serious concern of mine that the department is not being managed correctly. And so, yes, there's absolutely the main reason is cost efficiency and accountability, but there's a lot more to it. I read my statement tonight and I stand behind it. The residents of this town are tired. They want action. They want a police department that can work with this administration, that we can build a team with, that has the residents' best interest here. We've tried for quite some time now. For me, it's been 22 months. I know, our new administrator came in, and 2 days after he came in, he was served with a letter. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Dr. Ramirez that came in, that, we had a new administrator to come in and try to put the department in working, standing workmanship with the administration, and 2 days after, the PVA filed a letter and posted it all over social media. So it's clear to me that we now need a new direction in the police department. We had a assessment done of the police department tonight. We have Lou Valori with us. Lou, if Jordan, if you could allow Lou to come in as a panelist. Lou, I would like you to take a few minutes and go over the report that you compiled over the last several weeks on the Dover Police Department, please.
Yes, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Lou Valori. Thank you for the opportunity to present the findings of my assessment of the Dover Police Department. Before I begin, I'd like to briefly share my background so you understand the perspective I bring to this analysis. I'm a retired detective sergeant from the Parsippany Troy Hills Police Department and a retired U.S. Army Reserve Lieutenant Colonel. I'm also the principal owner of the Royal Security Services and the Valori Group, which provides security, investigative, and municipal consulting services across New Jersey. I hold a doctorate in education, a master's in public administration, a bachelor's in criminal justice from Seton Hall University. Beyond my law enforcement and military service, I have served this community as an elected town council member and a board of education member. I share this not to focus on myself, but to assure you that my analysis is based on decades of law enforcement leadership, fiscal oversight, and public service experience. Now, let me move to the findings. This is a serious discussion. The police department is the largest and the most expansive part of the municipal budget. And the way it is managed today is creating costs that Dover taxpayers cannot sustain. My goal tonight is not to criticize individual officers. They work hard and serve the community with dedication. The issue is structural. The way the department is led, scheduled, and overseen. Unless leadership and management change, the town will continue to face uncontrollable overtime costs and a budget that grows faster than taxpayers can afford. The financial reality. From 2022 to 2024, the police budget grew from $9 million to $10.3 million, a 14% increase in just 2 years. The department consumes about 27% of the entire town budget. Salaries and benefits drive most of the growth, but the biggest problem is overtime. In 2022, the town spent $439,000. In 2023, $584,000 in overtime. In 2024, $468,000 in overtime. This is 15 to 20% of payroll. Best practices is only 5 to 7%. Every household in Dover effectively is paying an extra $170 to $230 per year just to cover overtime. Why overtime is out of control? The overtime issue is not caused by lazy officers or unusual emergencies. It is built into the system by rules and contracts. Minimum staffing mandate. Since July 2022, the chief requires 4 patrol officers and 1 sergeant on every shift, no matter how many calls come in, even at 2 a.m. when activity is very low. Bank time for sergeants. Each sergeant receives 116 hours of bank time every year, which must be used. This creates gaps that are automatically filled with overtime. 12-hour shift system. 4 on, 4 off schedule creates built-in overtime, even when staffing levels are technically adequate. Leave and benefits. Generous vacation, sick, and personal time provisions create more coverage gaps, which again default to overtime. The result is a structure where overtime is routine, not exceptional. Leadership and contract issues. The problem is reinforced by the chief's contract. His contract runs until 2029, locking the town for nearly 7 years. The chief's current base salary is $255,280.08, one of the highest in the county and among probably the highest in the state. And this doesn't include benefits. The contract gives the chief sole control over scheduling, overtime approvals, and assignments. It also provides added stipends, longevity pay, benefits, and perks, making the true costs to taxpayers far higher. At the same time, it removes many of the accountability protections that normally safeguard taxpayers. This means that even when problems are obvious, the town has little ability to intervene. Calls for service, a transparency problem. Another major issue is how calls for service are counted. Dover reported over 107,000 calls between 2022 and 2025. But when I looked closely, 80% of those calls were officer-initiated or administrative tasks, like traffic stops, parking enforcement, or paperwork. National standards, FBI, and New Jersey State Police count one incident as one call, no matter how many officers respond. Dover's method appears to make the workload look much more higher than it really is. This inflated reporting justifies higher staffing and overtime, but does not reflect true demand. The consequences. Chronic budget overruns that squeeze out funding for other services in town. There's 11 to 13 officers making over $200,000 a year, with one officer earning over $300,000. A chief's earning $255,280.08 per year, while the median income in the township of Dover for a resident is $30,000. And this is still not including the 1.5% healthcare savings for the chief, his vehicle, and all these other miscellaneous, which is probably another $100,000 in value. This gap shows the strain on taxpayers who are already paying some of the highest property taxes relative to income in the region. The solution, civilian police director. The problem is not the police officers, it's management and accountability. That is why I recommend the township consider new leadership appointing a civilian police director to manage daily operations. The model is already in use in other New Jersey towns. North Brunswick, civilian police director oversees operations and discipline. Trenton, civilian director, formerly designated as department head. Jersey City transitioned to civilian oversight in 2021 for reform and accountability. A police director would take over scheduling and staffing decisions, ensure that overtime is controlled and data-driven, bring transparency to payroll and calls for service, report directly to the mayor and council, restoring accountability. Why now is the time? Both police union contracts, PBA and SOA, expire this year. This creates the perfect moment for the town to negotiate better terms. End bank time, reform minimum staffing, bring overtime back to reasonable levels. But to succeed at these negotiations, the town needs new leadership in place first. Otherwise, the same costly patterns will continue. Conclusion. Council members, Dover police officers work hard and deserve respect, but the system they work under is broken. Overtime is out of control. Taxpayers are paying too much. Leadership has too much unchecked power. If you want to control costs and protect the future of Dover, you must act now. Appointing a civilian police director is the responsible, proven way to fix these issues. This is not about weakening the police department. It's about making sure your police department is run in such a way that is fair to the officers, for the taxpayers, and accountability to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. Anything else you want to add? You want to add anything, or anyone else before?
Yeah, I just wanted to let the council know that I started exactly January 21 of 2025. As soon as I started, it was my goal to work with every single department head to bring everyone within budget and to make sure everyone was doing fiscal responsibility over their finances. From the moment that I started, I've tried to work closely with Chief Delaney. It's been my desire to work with every leader here in Dover. On July 22, I spoke with Chief Delaney regarding my appointment as business administrator and my desire to work with him. But however, by Thursday, July 24, 2025, the PBA 107 publicly posted a false and misleading claim that I was attempting to run the Dover Police Department. Immediately, I picked up the phone. I gave Chief Delaney a call and asked him, you and I spoke earlier about getting together and bringing the budget into manageable position. Why would the PBA put such a false statement out? It was out of context. It was used for intimidation. Officer Flamia was also notified by email that he should cease and desist because it's not true. I did not want to control the police at any time. My goal was one, to work with the police department, to bring the police department into a manageable budget. I reported the email to Chief Delaney. Chief Delaney assured me that it was not him, that he was not involved. And he said that it was the younger officers because they felt that the administration was trying to control them. But it was not his feeling, as he has spoken to me earlier, and we were not trying to control the police department, whether it was 4, 5, or 6. I told them, you can use as many officers as you need. All I'm asking is that you will respect the Appropriations Act for the state of New Jersey, which is a requirement for every single municipality. As soon as I asked them for the overtime oversight, I informed the chief that the police overtime is being processed without any type of approval and or review. The chief stated to me that under the chief's Bill of Rights, he could not give me access to the Planet software, which is the payroll software that is used by the police department. I told the chief that according to NJSA 484-1, as the CFO, it was my responsibility to make sure that everybody worked within the prescribed budget and within the appropriations cap. I asked them for access to Planet, not for myself, but for the payroll director, for the administration. I was told that she could not have access. I then went on to ask the chief, how do we do checks and balances on the overtime? Because it seems that the overtime is being controlled strictly by the police department, and there is no oversight. There's not even a set of eyes on the overtime that's being approved by the police department, other than telling us through our Prime Point payroll company, just pay 5 hours overtime, 10 hours overtime, 50 hours overtime, 100 hours overtime. So we were basically being told to pay overtime, but not once since I started on January 21st have I been given access or a report to confirm and or verify the police overtime, the how, the when, the who, the where, why so much overtime. So I did inform the chief. I said, sir, that's a lack of accountability. For the last 18 months, there's been zero accountability for overtime, no approvals, no reports, no justifications. The only information provided has been for us to pay X, Y, and Z. Again, I asked, I started in January, I asked February, March, April, May, June, July, and it wasn't until just last month, August, that they finally gave our payroll director access to planning, and it was after I sent a report to the chief. I said, Chief, I am concerned that you're going to be over the appropriations cap, and that is troubling not only for you, it's troubling for me as the CFO for the municipality. So he told me, well, Ed, a lot of it is extra duty because extra duty gets reimbursed. So I went back into Prime Point. I did a detailed report through August 6, 2025. Extra duty was $151,733.21, of which that gets reimbursed. I then went back to the chief and said, the 151 I do understand. However, there's overtime, uniforms, and education, upwards of $441,500, and that's only through August 6th of 2025. I said, sir, through August, the total, including extra duty, is $593,234.09 through August the 6th. I said, sir, it's unsustainable, and for us to not take regard of the budget and follow NJSA 484-1 is a misdemeanor crime. So I asked the chief if we could get access and if we could work together. My goal has always been to get together with the chief, work together, and put the budget under control. But instead, what I was hearing from the PBA, what I was hearing from social media, is the new CFO, the new BA is trying to control the police department and tell them to reduce from 4 to 3. Where that came about is our attorney, Jonathan Cohen, and myself, we had a meeting with the chief. I told the chief, I've reviewed the PPA contract, and I do not see in the contract where there is a required 4-man minimum. I said, is that part of your contract? He admitted to attorney Jonathan Cohen and to myself, no, that is not part of the contract. That is something that I felt necessary to support our police department. I asked him, I said, sir, for the last 18 months, at least I've been told, I'm new here, I've been told that this was part of your PBA contract, and that's why the administration could not make suggestions, not telling you how to run the department, but could not make suggestions if we can reduce it from 4 to 3, or we could do different shifts or change things around just to try to control the budget. I said, because as is, the police department has a 250% budget higher than any other department in the municipality. So I said, sir, to have $593,000 in excess overtime puts the municipality in danger of not just going over the cap, but we're just not able to sustain $500,000 of overtime. And I said, that's when that came about. And for the record, the way that came about, I asked the question, I said, since you created the 4-man minimum and it was not mandatory and it was not contractual, could we reduce it to 3? It was not me telling him reduce to 3. I was looking for any strategy to help the chief to stay within budget and to work with him to stay within the appropriations cap. Never did I say, sir, you have to cut to 3. And then I started getting messages from his officers telling me 2 people are going to be out. We need to bring 2 officers in. All I asked was in that conversation, and I have all the proof, I said, could we work it with 3? The overtime is high already. Is there a way we could cut on overtime? My conversation with the chief was one of trying to work with him, trying to see how we can work as a team. It was never telling him what to do. And they told me, we need an extra man, so we need you to approve overtime. I said, sir, I don't want to approve overtime because I'm locking down the budget. We are already at $500,000. Can we work with whatever we have for now until the chief and I get to sit down and review the numbers, which has never happened in the 6 months I've been here. Then I got a call in the morning and I said, let's try to work with what we have so that we don't continue to accelerate the budget. In the morning, I get a call, 2 more guys called out. I need to call 2 guys in. I turned around and said, call whatever you need to call in order to keep the people of Dover safe. And then in the morning, I started getting a call saying, sir, did you give an order that I had to reduce to 3? I said, Chief, I've never given you an order. I have all the backup. I've never given you an order. I've never given you a directive. You run the police department, like you say, under the chief's Bill of Rights. You run it. I said, all I want to know is, can we reduce the budget? Can we work to reduce the budget? Which has gone unanswered. So now the clerk has been given, the payroll director has been given access, and we are reviewing the numbers now to see how we can end the year on a positive note and not end up the year above the appropriations cap, which puts us in a deep situation with the state. So it's not about municipality, it's not about personality, it's not about politics, it's about legality, it's about the law. And statutory law tells us that we have to stay within our appropriations cap, and there's no one in this building, no one outside this building that has an authorization to allow anyone to go over the cap. So my intentions have always been to work within the confines of the law, but I want to make super clear, I've not controlled anybody, I've not ordered anybody, that's never been my intention, but my job is to keep everyone within budget. Thank you.
Mayor, there was one thing I forgot to mention. Maybe just have a second. So also on July 3rd, I remember that day pretty vividly. It was one of the first days where Dr. Ramirez was the administrator. He did try in good faith to meet with a representative of Police Department, Chief Delaney, in order to work with them. Later on that day, we got an email from the insurance carrier basically telling Dr. Ramirez, hey, welcome as administrator. Just so you know, the insurance company has determined we have to pay $750,000 of insurance company money, whether the town agrees with this or not. We've made the determination as the insurance company that the Blackman administration has literally no defense for why they bypassed Captain Newton for current Chief Delaney. And we feel obligated that we're going to pay this $750,000 because that's the best deal that we can get right now. And if you disagree, Dr. Ramirez, then the town of Dover is going to have to foot its own bill and defend its own case in litigation. So when people talk about fairness to Chief Delaney, one thing to be noted is that, really, according to the court, there was very serious concern as to whether he should have been the chief in the first place. And our own defense counsel and insurance company felt like they couldn't defend that decision. And they would rather pay $750,000 and basically hold us hostage to that settlement. Not hold us hostage, but that was their deal. That they felt like that was their money, they're going to spend it. It wouldn't cost you any money. So people may look at that and say, oh, this was a Mayor Dodd settlement or something of that nature. That's not the case at all, Mayor. This was something that the insurance company said, we can't literally find anybody. The former public safety director was gone at this time when Newton got passed over for Delaney, and we can't find anybody who can give a rational explanation for why Newton was passed over for Delaney. We're very worried about how this trial is going to go. We would prefer to pay the $750,000. So one piece of this, if you end up going forward with this, you're now doing essentially what, some level of justice relative to the Newton lawsuit, because you would be putting them back in the same position as Captain, which is what our own attorneys felt that they couldn't defend in a civil litigation. So I just want everybody to know that that was not something that anybody on our team necessarily wanted to pay Captain Newton $750,000. That was a unilateral decision of the Joint Insurance Fund, and they're actually Summit Risk, who's appointed by the Joint Insurance Fund, in tandem with the defense counsel. They couldn't defend that case. They couldn't explain why Captain Newton was passed over, and they have literally nobody to testify with good reason for it.
Thank you, Jonathan. I think there's a lot of things, quite honestly, that are alarming here. One of the things that I'm very concerned with is the lack of ability to access the planning software. And I had been asking for that for quite some time. Ed came in, Dr. Ramirez came in, asked for it, and we were denied that information. And first of all, I don't think it's appropriate for the police department to have a separate payroll system from the rest of the town employees. I think that should all be under one payroll system. If there's information that needs to be kept private, that's one thing. But it's from a business perspective, it doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever that everything will be under one payroll system, whether it's ADP, whether it's Prime Point. And then to have the chief put out a directive in a letter prohibiting anyone in the police department for having any discussion with me, with anyone in my administration, or any elected official without his written approval first, I think is inappropriate. I, as the mayor of this town, am accountable to 18,000 people. And if I need to gain information or gather information, I think I have every right to do that as a CEO of this community. And it's unfortunate that that roadblock was put up. And in fact, that was taken to the prosecutor's office. That is a problem in itself. And I do want to share, I don't want to lose the seriousness of the wiretapping on this entire building without anyone's knowledge. In fact, I had many conversations with our municipal clerk, and we had that discussion when people had overt phone conversations before. We never had them. We were told we don't have them, we can't get phone conversations when they're open. And then mysteriously, all of a sudden, these phone conversations came to life. And then to have the lieutenant turn around and admit to the fact that he's been recording all conversations on these phone lines, including all of our offices, even outside of the Dover Municipal Building. All buildings are being recorded. And it's one thing, if they want to turn around and say that the disclaimer was always there, which it wasn't, because I listened to that. I pulled town hall many, many times and it was never there. It was added at a later date. When, I couldn't tell you. But what about the calls going out of town hall? What about people calling, the town employee calling from here and calling their doctor to talk about health issues? That's a violation of HIPAA. There's a lot of things here, I think, that are alarming to me, that our police department would, in fact, know that all these phone calls are being recorded, but fail to tell the administration. That's a serious problem. And, when Lou had mentioned the numbers of $10 million for the police budget, that's overall. Earlier I had mentioned numbers of 4.7 to 6.4, and that's just salary and wages. So I just want to clarify that to the public and this council, that these numbers are staggering, and it's unfortunate, but somehow we have to reel it in.
Mayor, I did have some questions for the Valori group, if I may.
Yeah. Lou, you still there?
How about now?
Thank you, Lou, for the report. You mentioned that the chief's contract is about a 6.5-year contract. Based on your experience in law enforcement, is that an average number for a chief's contract?
From my experience, no.
What is the average length of a chief's contract?
Usually the contracts are between 3 to 4 years, a contract. I've never seen or was told about a 6-year contract.
And just to give political background to anybody listening, the reason it was probably my best guess as to why it was given a 6.5 and not the regular 3 to 4 is because the Blackman administration gave the chief a sweetheart deal that would shield the chief in the event that Mayor Dodd would make a return. And so thus, Mayor Dodd did make a return, and here we are with that extended 6.5 year contract. Lou, I did want to also touch on the 5 calls for service. So
yes, sir.
It's here, it says reported 107,000 calls were made between 2022 and 2025.
Yes, sir.
But you put that 80% of calls were officer initiated or administrative. And also that the way that we track our calls is that if it's not incident based, it's officer responding based. And so can you give us some more background on that?
Okay.
Usual?
No,
go ahead.
No, so I'm sorry. No, a great question. And maybe in the near future, the public will be much more aware on, what the officers do on a daily basis. And, sometimes stats can be very confusing or misleading. And what really caught my attention was the 2024, the year in review. It's actually on the Dover Police Department, their website, what they achieved. And when I looked at the 2024 total incidents, 32,495, and whoever put this together has a 10.86% increase. Right there and then, that caught my attention. Like, okay, let's really see what's going on there. And seeing that they had such high levels of overtime, I'm trying to be fair and balanced here and impartial to figure out what's going on with the calls for service. And I've never seen a police department this size. Your town is 2.5 square miles, 18,000 people. That's really a high volume of calls for a smaller town. And to be quite frank, your town is very safe. You don't have a lot of crime, looking at this 2024 statistic. So I'm trying to look at as a taxpayer, and I do have relatives and friends that live in Dover, and, everybody's struggling to get by in the state of New Jersey, and the average income, right? So that I'm just trying to be fair here, and I see public service. That's a big chunk, public service, 48%, okay? And then I see, parking enforcement, traffic services, traffic enforcement. That's your whole pie. Your over 3/4 of your calls are all based on public service. And, traffic enforcement, there could be many ways that you could do traffic enforcement. You have obviously parking enforcement and traffic offenses. So now you have to kind of chisel down and say, okay, I know when I worked as a patrol sergeant, we had almost 27 square miles with 60,000 people, and about 250,000 people would travel or work in Parsippany a day. And our numbers were probably about the same as these numbers here. And there's no way that a town with 4 officers on the road are going to have this volume of calls compared to 12 guys on the road, not counting traffic units and DB guys that would be on patrol at the time. So then I just had to be fair and say, okay, we want to give a good presentation or representation to the taxpayers if they have questions and concerns. Okay, as information was requested from the BA speaking to me to kind of chisel this down to get us copies of the CAD system. What are your policy procedures within the police department? And at the time, I believe the BA was working through Lieutenant Kimura, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, and the chief. And this was going on for a while. And then some of the information that we got back from the lieutenant, he was trying to explain the system, and I understood this system. So I just said, okay, let's figure out, okay, I know that the county sheriff's department puts their calls under certain identifiers, okay? So that I'm just trying to be fair with this and say, okay, you have a property check. You have something self-initiated by the police officer getting out to speak with the public, running a license plate. Now, running a license plate is not a call for service. Stepping out to speak to the public. I don't consider that call for service. A property check, that could be kind of maybe 50-50, but not saying that what they're doing is not correct, but how it's documented in the statistics, because this information is driving your budget. It's driving your manpower. So if you're going to analyze this property properly, you want to identify, okay, did 4 officers respond to a call, or was it 1 officer? Because it only should be 1 call for service. If anything, the other 3 officers on the scene should be an assist for service, but it's not a call for service. So only today, or actually yesterday, that I did receive from the BA, but my report was sent in, right, on a breakdown of the 2022 calls to 2025. And I believe that might have came from Captain Newton. And as I was going through that, from 2022 to 2025, I saw how it was being documented differently, especially in 25, how they were identifying their calls for service. Maybe there's a reason behind that. However, I did see that there was multiple units responding to some basic calls, and that's where we were trying to chisel down. Was that put in as 3 calls for service, or was that 1 call for service? So a lot of this stuff might seem kind of petty, but it's all driving how your manpower is going to be maintained on the road. And, you know, we all want to work together as a team. You want to see everybody do well financially and be safe on the road. But at the same time, if you're going to present statistics to the public, there's always going to be somebody out there that might even be a mathematician saying, okay, explain this to me. Break it down. And again,
time out, please. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Officer, I'm going to ask you to address this crowd outside. We have a situation here where they are disrupting this meeting. And
okay.
A council meeting that is being publicly announced, we have an obligation to move them on. So I'm going to ask you, please, sir, if you could, they are disrupting the meeting. We're having a hard time hearing our speakers.
Okay, sir.
Lou, let Lou just finish your statement, Lou, please, and then yes.
Yeah, so what I would say, sir, we asked the question, is that was my findings. It was based on raw data. If this information wants to get in more detail, then you truly need an audit on all those calls that are in the CAD system, which we only received actually yesterday. So then that would have to be broken down. And that was already requested more detail about that approximately maybe 3 weeks ago. That was some of the information that was initially requested. And then we were kind of getting broad answers or broad pieces of information. So again, these statistics here, and then when you have a 10,000 increase in calls almost, and a 10.86% increase, but I believe it's like 8,000 total from 2022, then you have to question that. So that's all I did was question it. It's their data they put in the system. Can it be refined? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Just for the public's information, we have a radical group of people outside that are disrupting this meeting. I sent the police department out to control the crowd. That's exactly why we are virtual today, because our police department needs to do their job and control disruptions in these meetings. We're trying to conduct business here as a municipality, and if individuals come into this room or even outside of town hall and disrupt these meetings, we need to address that. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess while the police department is outside to control the crowd here and stop the disruption of this meeting. Mayor.
I'm getting text messages from people. They don't hear any distractions for the sake of the flow of the meeting and that longness. I don't want to take a 5-minute recess. Does anybody else want to take a 5-minute recess?
I'm okay. I'm just doing it for this council. Let's keep going.
I agree, let's keep going. Lou, are you still on?
I'm sorry, let me unmute him.
I was just told by the officer outside that they're bringing officers to the
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm here.
Lou, I'm just gonna ask you if you can keep your answers to maybe like a 2-minute answer. We can have long, but I really do appreciate your answers. I had a question on the detective bureau utilization. Detectives average only 4 to 6 call-outs per year, despite on-call pay. What does that mean?
Well, they're, obviously they get reimbursed for obviously going out on a call for service. So if they're off duty, I believe you have 6 officers in the detective bureau. From when I looked at that table of organization, I believe that from what I was told, based on the information that was provided, they had about 90 cases that were backlogged that they were working on. And then in regards to getting reimbursed for call-out pay, and they don't have a call-out, I'm not quite sure. I didn't see that in the contract, or I missed it, so I'm not sure. That would have to be just verified if they're getting paid for not being called out. I'm not sure.
They do. There's an hour, a total hour accumulation that you get paid.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I didn't want to misrepresent anything.
Thank you, Lou. What's the average retirement years for police officers in the state of New Jersey?
The average is, I retired with 25 years of service. That's what usually the average is, unless somebody leaves with 20 years and they have military built into it, or maybe they have an injury, sickness, or, there's a couple of variables. But usually the norm is that you strive for 25 years of service. And then obviously, hopefully you have a happy, healthy life after that.
Gotcha. And is that what's in the chief's contract?
The chief's contract, I don't have in front of me. You have one of the attorneys there. Maybe they could expand on it. I don't want to misrepresent what the chief had in there for his years of service. Jonathan, do you have that in front of you?
I don't have the contract.
It's always better. Yeah, send it to if I can get that.
Yeah.
When I was going over the audit, there was a lot of emphasis on the chief's contract, right?
Yes.
A lot of us we're not law enforcement professionals, but there was words used like sweetheart deals. You mentioned $100,000 in benefits. What can you just give like a 2-3 minute on what your personal experience as law enforcement professional compared to other towns you were in Parsippany? Can you just give me an overview on the chief's contract?
To be fair and not biased, going through the contract, it's a very healthy contract. I spoke to other officers in law enforcement in the surrounding communities. They were like, wow, that's a great contract. So obviously he's being very highly compensated, not to, look down upon the town or the police department. It's a smaller police department. Everybody knows it's, 70% of your population is minority. It's not like you have a lot of ratables, and you don't have a lot of crime. This is not like a, Jersey City Police Department, Newark Police Department, even the Oranges, East Orange. I mean, those are some rough areas, and there's a lot of crime. And obviously they have larger police departments, but a smaller town with a lot of, obviously condensed populations. So, in Morris County, the chief is very fortunate based on what he has, what he gets for his compensation. The length of time is, in his favor for what he was negotiating. All the other perks for education, medical, schools you could go to, and just the amount of authority to almost be running the whole agency without any, how could I say, interference from, any of the elected leaders that are elected by the community or the mayor. That is, kind of like a dream contract. And then, when you have a vehicle that you take home 24/7, you're on call. But, that's another benefit. And that vehicle is probably worth, $80,000 to $100,000, whatever your Tahoes go for, if they're fully equipped. So, between medical, family medical benefits and all the other stipends and compensation, based on what the population of the folks that live in Dover at $30,000 a year, he should be very happy for his compensation.
Thank you, Lou, and I'm sure he is really happy. Just to give context to the public, so what I'm hearing here is that a very highly favorable contract was given to the chief by the previous administration, by the former mayor, who improperly promoted the current chief to his position. I would go as far as saying that we have an illegitimate chief, and we now have 750,000 reasons as to why he's illegitimate. And so it just all makes sense as to why there was a sweetheart deal contract. We have some members of the council members that were here that voted on that. And I would love to hear their comments as to why they voted for that contract, and would love to hear them defend that contract now. So thank you.
Mayor, I do have several questions for Mr. Valori. Mr. Valori, hi, this is Councilmember Sandra Whitner.
Hello.
I suppose my first question is actually for Mr. Ramirez or Mayor Dodd. And the question is, when did the mayor and council execute an agreement to contract with the Valori Group for this investigation?
Can you speak louder? Because I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
I don't know the date. Do you remember that?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was within our authority to approve it. Right.
So the mayor and council did not.
Because it's below it.
Yeah, I think the answer to the question is because it's below threshold that requires something to come before the mayor and council. It was approved in compliance.
Okay, so the mayor and the business administrator approved the agreement for this investigation. Is that correct?
It wasn't an investigation. It was an assessment.
Assessment. Yeah.
Okay. I did as much of a deep dive as I could, having received this today. So I apologize if I'm missing some details. But there were some suggestions in there, so I had some questions. You mentioned the 10-hour shift model. How does that reduce overtime?
Can you say that again? I can't hear you.
I'm so sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit better. I'm trying to listen to. It's okay. It's okay, ma'am.
How does the 10-hour shift model that you recommended in your assessment reduce overtime?
And actually, there was many recommendations I wanted it to make with the scheduling, and it depends on how your manpower is augmented. And I'll just give you an example. You have your 12-hour shift. That's what the officers negotiated. 4 officers on 12 hours, 4 off. Even if everybody's going to try to work together to help save costs within the department, just by putting an officer, and you don't have just 4 officers on the road, you have up to 6 officers per squad. And I believe you have 2 officers on the military that could be on military leave. So you have buffers there. Even putting an officer in the middle of both shifts as a floater would save so much time and money, just having the availability of that officer being there. So there's so many ways that you could create schedules. It's negotiating those schedules with the town, trying to make it work for everybody. But again, 10 hours could work the same way. 4 days on, 4 days off. I know no one wants to work 5 days on and 2 days off, because that was kind of like the old system that I worked back in the day. And then we were 4 10-hour days, 4 days off. And, Parsippany Police Department also had problems with overtime due to how the manpower was stacked. But it was a little bit differently because you had 2 guys, or you had several people coming on at different times to create that 4 10-hour shifts. So needless to say, it's just another way that you could create a schedule to prevent having overtime.
Thank you. How much of the overtime figures listed in section 3.2 key findings are third-party details?
I didn't put any third-party details. This was the data that I received. So I know that the information that I received was broken down by the off-duty jobs, and then obviously the overtime. So what I put down was the overtime that was incurred for that year.
Okay, so it's not broken down and you didn't have that information. Can you explain, are third-party details?
Councilwoman, I think you said you didn't include it.
Yeah, it's not there.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Can you explain, are third-party details paid out for by the town of Dover?
Ma'am, I just, don't mind me, it's my allergies too. Can you speak louder or have somebody echo that?
I apologize. Are third-party details paid out for by the town of Dover?
Okay.
Are third-party details paid by the town of Dover?
Oh, no, so third-party details would be whoever, obviously, if it's New Jersey Natural Gas, PSE&G, work on the road, no, they obviously hire that work out to the town, and then obviously they have to reimburse the town.
That's extra duty, Lou.
That's extra duty, yes.
Extra duty is spelled out here very clearly.
I see that
Yes,
now.
yeah. I'm sorry I can't hear you great, so I'm just trying to answer as best I can.
So I want to, for the public's information, I want to clarify that. Because the spending that Dr. Ramirez had said earlier was $439,000 in 22, $584 in 23, and $468 in 24. That is strictly overtime.
Yes.
Extra was $306 in 22, $339 in 23, and $490,000 in 24.
Yes, that was overtime. That was an extra duty.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
It's already separated in your report.
Yes.
Yeah, I just read that. I appreciate that. The community affairs lieutenant cited in the findings as making over $300,000 a year. How much of his overtime were extra duty details?
Dr. Ramirez, I know that his salary, obviously, as a lieutenant's higher up, and based on the overtime and his extra duty, I'm not sure right offhand. I don't want to just throw a number out there. I don't know, maybe Dr. Ramirez might have that information.
Every lieutenant is making over $225 for better base salary. Anything over that was probably overtime.
Yes, and how much of that overtime was extra duty?
Again, we go back to extra duty, Councilwoman, and I said it, we've separated time and time again extra duty on all of our files. For example, when I spoke to the chief this year, extra duty is $151,733. We've kept that separate, but overtime itself is $441,500. So that comes straight from the W-2, where one lieutenant made over $300,000, but that includes all regular compensation and all extra duty and everything else.
Thank you. Regarding, I'm sorry, I didn't write down the section. Oh, under the same section, number 6, the Detective Bureau utilization. We currently have 3 officers assigned to the Detective Bureau, along with 1 sergeant assigned to the Detective Bureau. 2 of them have already been reassigned back to patrol, leaving only 2 men in the Detective Bureau. Does this assessment include recommendations for conflict resolution? I don't think I saw any.
No, and I wasn't focused on conflict resolution. That would be, an assessment of the whole police department, where there'd be surveys and interviews and everything. This was strictly focusing on the areas of expenditures.
Thank you.
And efficiency.
And then my final question, which might have a few parts, is why were North Brunswick Township, Trenton, and Jersey City your examples for supporting the implementation of a public safety department when North Brunswick employs over 85 police officers, Trenton employs nearly 250 officers, and Jersey City employs nearly 975 officers, and we employ 37 officers?
Okay, so like anything else, Asbury Park, I didn't put in there, has the same system in place. Orange Police Department has the same system in place with a director. There was no particular rhyme or reason just to put them 3 down. I know there are police departments that are obviously very reputable and professional. Newark Police Department has one forever there. I knew the director, actually both directors there, very well. Again, I could have listed several other ones, but I just put those 3 down. There was no particular reason why I did that.
I have several questions about the ordinance, but I'll save that for the ordinance reading. Thank you.
All right, ma'am. Pleasure meeting you.
Anyone else have any comments from this board?
Yeah, I have a comment. I want to thank the labor attorney for assisting the information to the lorry. It's obvious that the way things are now is not working. We need somebody to hold accountable, and we need a public safety director. I think it's in the best interest of the town. We represent the town and the taxpayers. Our residents are telling us that our laws are not being enforced, that they call our police and they feel like our police don't do anything. Simple ordinance such as noise. So I think it's in the best interest for us to vote in favor of a public safety director.
Anyone else?
Yes, Mayor. This issue has been driving me crazy for the last 18 months. And I have thought about this almost nonstop for the last 2 or 3 weeks. I've talked to residents, both that are in favor of this and those that are not in favor of it. I've known John Delaney for a long, long time, since he was a kid. And I like John Delaney. I can't for the life of me understand why this Chief's Bill of Rights keeps coming up. I have offered to talk to Jonathan and to act as an intermediary for 18 months. Unfortunately, once you get lawyers involved in this, that becomes a very difficult thing to do. My first experience with this was our first police committee meeting in January of 2024. I was on the police committee. We met with Chief Delaney. One of his lieutenants was there. Off the top of my head, I cannot remember if it was Oxmani Corona or if it was Mr. Camacho. But we had a productive meeting, I felt. We talked, we discussed what our vision was for the town of Dover, where we wanted to take the town of Dover. The vision we got from listening to the residents come up and complain to us about issues in the town that they felt needed to be addressed. And we talked to the police department, not to run the police department, but to convey the findings that we got from the residents. That was all. We left that meeting with a handshake and good feelings that we were going to work together. The next morning, we were served with a cease and desist order. So that immediately takes us really out of the picture of being able to talk to the chief, because he's put us on legal notice. Now, I understand the chief runs the police department. In my opinion, and my opinion is worth absolutely nothing except it affects the way that I vote. And in my opinion, as the elected representatives of this town and the residents that come and complain to us, they expect us to effect change. And we hear the complaints from everybody about the lack of police enforcement. Now, I chalk a lot of that up to I know our police department is strained. So I don't expect that they're going to be running in every single noise complaint, every time somebody gets upset with their neighbor. I don't expect that the police are actually going to be able to respond to all of those. But when you sit down there and you see people disrespecting our town, okay, urinating on our churches time and time again, and residents send us photos of this, but yet nobody ever gets charged. Why don't the police ever see this? Okay? I can't believe they don't. So the only logical explanation is they choose not to enforce it. Yet our residents are complaining that this is what they want enforced. And by us passing this on to the police department, I don't think that is us trying to control the police department. That's conveying to the police department what the wishes of the community is. But every time we do that, we get a legal notice back saying that we're interfering. And that is very, very frustrating. And it comes to a point where now we can't deal with the police department. Because every time we try to talk to the chief, we get a lawsuit. And that situation is unsustainable. We cannot run a town like that. We cannot serve our residents like that. And it has to be addressed. And the only way to address it is to put an intermediary between us and the police. Clear and simple. There's no other way, folks. I don't want to do it. I'm sick about this, but it has to be done.
Mike, I just want to bring to this council's attention too. I know comments come out that the police department is trained. Today, just today, and I said it earlier when I read my statement, when I left the waterworks, I had a water commission meeting tonight. I left the water commission meeting, I walked outside and there was a police vehicle way out in the woods behind the pavilion at waterworks, sitting idle. Today, someone sent me a picture of a police vehicle behind in the rear parking lot of St. Clair's Hospital, sitting idle. Why aren't they out patrolling our neighborhoods like we're asking for, like the residents are requesting? Why isn't there police presence in the neighborhoods, but they have time to go sit idle out in a secure location? And to your point, Mike, I also want to bring up the fact that wiretapping is a very serious issue. And whether the investigation, when it's concluded, determines that it was done illegally or not, it's a very serious issue that should have been brought to our attention. In fact, it was turned over to the prosecutor's office, the attorney general's office, the U.S. attorney's office, and ultimately the FBI. And I will announce tonight to the public that I had an opportunity with legal counsel to meet with the FBI. Agents came in, they sat down for 2 hours, they listened to our concerns, and I'm not sure where it's going to go from there. But we did meet with the FBI. And that tells me that for them to come in, it's just serious enough for them to listen and to look into the fact that we were wiretapped here in Dover. And so to me, that's a major, major concern. And, you know, back to Ed's point of coming in as a new CFO, this is an individual with extensive financial experience. In fact, that I would consider you a financial expert. You came in, you blew me away with your knowledge of finance and what it was going to take to get this town back in a fiscal responsible manner. And you said it was going to hurt. It was going to hurt for a while until we can control spending, until we can get our ducks in a row here because of the misuse, the abuse over the Blackman administration carried into my first year here. And so, to me, that is the most important thing. We have to have accountability. Yes, our residents are screaming for police enforcement, but the financial distress and mismanagement here in our Dover Police Department financially is a serious concern, and it needs to be addressed. And I'll just finish with the simple fact that, Mike, you touched on the fact that we would have an individual that acted in between this governing body and the police department, and that is the civilian public safety director. And I want to remind this board, and I want to remind the public once again, we're not reinventing the wheel here. This was done once before in the town of Dover, and it was extremely successful. Some people may not agree with that, but I'm going to tell you it was. We had the ability to work with the public safety director, and if our elected officials were told, Mayor, we have an issue in a certain location in town, we gave that information to the public safety director, and it was addressed. And to Councilman Scarnio's point tonight, we can't do that because every time we do, we get a cease and desist letter. Our investigative authorities are here investigating the wiretapping in Dover. What do we get yesterday from the attorney? A cease and desist letter to stop the investigation on the wiretapping. That's not how this works. We need to continue to hold everyone accountable, not only the police department, but all department heads throughout the town. Everyone needs to be held accountable, including our police department. So I see a desperate need now for a public safety director. I think the professionals here tonight gave the reasons why. We've had an administrator that's been trying to work with our chief since February to no avail, and now we need to take it to a different level.
Mayor, if I could, I have
Sure,
one thing I'd like to say.
Yep.
And I would be remiss in saying if I did not say this. I don't mean to sit there and say that the Dover police are not protecting the residents of Dover. If something serious is happening, they are right on the spot. And I have never had an incident where I have gone up to either Chief Delaney or one of the other officers. If I saw something and I saw them on the road and I told them, they responded. And I've told the mayor that. And the response I get, well, I'm glad they're helping you. My point is that I shouldn't have to do that. It shouldn't be on an elected official to go and tell the police, hey, you have to go and check this one out because it's a problem. Or this has been here for 3 weeks, go take a look at it. They see it just like we do. And, I have one that really sticks in my case. It really does. We have some dangerous streets in this town as far as safety. We're trying to address them. It's parking issues and stuff. We all know it. We've been through the drill and we're trying to do it. Crystal Street, West Crystal Street is one of the worst streets in my ward for, I believe, the safety of the residents. The street is too narrow. We can't get emergency equipment up that street with any ease. It's overcrowded. And we have a person that parks in front of a fire hydrant on the one intersection in that town that's very bad. And the residents have complained to me about it. And they said, this person parks in front of this fire hydrant every day, every single day. And I spoke to Chief Delaney about it. And Chief Delaney had to go up there, and they gave the guy a ticket. But 2 days later, he's back again, and he parks there every day. And that tells me one of two things. Either we don't ever get up there to patrol, which is a problem, or we do patrol and we do not enforce it. Now, this is not too close to a driveway. This is in front of a fire hydrant on a street that is a fire hazard for us to begin with, we know. So why do we look the other way? And those are the type of issues that we're talking about.
So you advise opening this to the public channel?
So,
Agenda items open.
yeah, I think at this point in the agenda, we're public comment on agenda items only, and that'll be all of the agenda items on the full document.
Do you want to explain?
Yes.
Please.
So, I do read a statement before public comment, and I will do that prior to us commencing, but I want to address the issue of the number of speakers and how I recommend that we change public comment tonight. So, based on my review of the list, there are approximately 44 speakers that we have on the list that have said they want to speak. My recommendation is, given our statement where we say we're going to limit public comment to 90 minutes, we reduce the time for each speaker to 2 minutes, which should take us to approximately 90 minutes in total for public comment. Not sure if everyone's going to speak, but that would be the prudent way to respect our rules and our time. And if that's acceptable, I just recommend that the council do that, and the mayor makes that the change in the time that how we track those.
Does that need to be done?
No, just, and you all agree.
Yeah, no, I'm perfectly fine with that. I do want to give everyone an opportunity to speak, so cutting it back from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, I think is the
Sure. So I'll provide the public comment statement, and then we can begin on the agenda item.
Yep.
You can do it. Did a great job last time. All right, so we're going to get 2 minutes. So below is, I'm going to read the proposed public comment statement. All speakers must adhere to the 2-minute speaking rule. Again, it's going to be 2 minutes. The clock shall not be stopped. All statements or comments shall be directed to the town council. It shall be the expectation of the town council that comments remain positive and focused around the best interest of the town's residents and the town as a whole. Town council will not condone comments that can be perceived as harassing, insulting, threatening, or lacking in respect or civility. We reserve the right to interrupt, warn, or terminate a participant's statement when the comment is too lengthy, interrupt, warn, or participant's statement or comment abusive, obscene, or may be defamatory. We will end someone's comment if they do not observe reasonable decorum, or they present themselves as a danger to others in the building where they're delivering their comment. We request the assistance of law enforcement if there's a disorderly person in the meeting. We can call recess if the lack of public decorum interferes with the conduct of the meeting, and waive these rules when necessary for the protection of privacy or to maintain the orderly operation of the town council's meeting. Mayor, if I do feel that someone's out of line based on these rules, I will advise that their comment be ended with your permission.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to open this portion of the meeting for the public. Anyone in the public wish to be heard on any agenda item. Will be a second portion later for general comment. We're going with the list that was submitted earlier today. If you raise your hand, we will allow you into the meeting. Our first speaker is Linda Mullen.
Not in here.
Linda Mullen is not here. Carol Ruiz.
No, Carol Ruiz.
We have 26 members of the Dover PDA.
I don't see them with their hands raised.
Do you see any indication?
The ones on the list should be raising. The ones on the list should be raising their hand so that we can let you in. So we don't have to look at the list, and we know that you are waiting. So if you register to speak, this is the time to raise your hand so that you can be selected.
I would say yes, vote.
All right, I'll allow to talk.
We're good?
I've heard the other option.
And who is this guy?
Good night. Good night.
KYR. KYR. I don't have a name.
Can you take your name and address for the record, please?
It's Carol Ruiz. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't know that my name wasn't on there. I didn't realize it was just KYR. And I don't know how to change it right now. Can I start, or are you just checking to see? Okay. Carol Ruiz, 43 Park Ave, in my personal capacity. I demand that my council members, Veronica Velez and Michael Scarnio, vote no on Ordinance 30-2025, along with the rest of this council. Dodd has spent 22 years attempting to consolidate power. When the executive and government takes over the force of a territory, that is a dictatorship. The 30-2025 ordinance on the agenda tonight is Dodd's latest attempt to stage a coup, to feed his vampire-like obsession with absolute control of our community for his personal gain. Dodd's first year as mayor was 2006, after serving as alderman during the Richie Newman administration. Dodd ran on a ticket with the current Dover police chief's father, Jack Delaney. And even back then, Dover needed more police officers to meet the needs of our community. But back then, too, Dodd refused to hire more police officers. It's only gotten worse since then. In the past 20 years, Dodd has been sued for sexual harassment against a town employee, has caused the resignation of countless employees, including BAs, and his own hand-picked jail warden turned professional standards director, has 2 current lawsuits against him for hostile work environment from 2 former employees. And just from 2016 to 2019, Dodd's aggressive and egotistical micromanagement earned him 8 lawsuits from police officers, wasting our taxpayer dollars. Do not enable this tyrant. Vote no on Ordinance 30-2025. Dodd's jealousy and animosity toward Chief Delaney goes way back. During his previous administration, Dodd froze the hiring list purposely to deny Officer Delaney a promotion. Now, Chief Delaney grew up in Dover and has dedicated 16 years of exemplary service to our community. Delaney can't be puppeteered. The people of Dover trust Delaney and feel proud of our chief with his many accolades, including being the only chief in the country to be supported by a local Black Lives Matter chapter and the current president of the Morris County Police Chiefs Association. He literally has no blemish on his employment record, nor on his career as an officer. Dodd has no way to justify his jealous and power-hungry desire to get rid of Delaney, so he is relying on you.
Excuse me, your time's up.
Thank you. Next up, we have members of the Dover PBA.
We're good.
Can you say your name, please, address? Did you let somebody in?
Mm-hmm.
And who was it?
The chief of police, Chief Raymond Hayduka.
No, this is Dover PBA.
I'm not going to Dover PBA, but I'm Chief Raymond Hayduka, South Brunswick Police Department. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, good evening, everyone. I know I have 2 minutes. I'll have a lot to say, so I'll speak quickly. I'd like to start out with the Valori report. He says the biggest problem is overtime. I fail to see how he can make that conclusion. He didn't interview one police officer. He mentioned some police departments. North Brunswick, they returned to a chief. They're currently without a chief, but they're looking for one within. Orange has a police chief. Many of these places have a chief and director. There's approximately 12 police directors in the state of New Jersey and well over 400 police chiefs. His staffing numbers are wrong. It requires 1 supervisor and 3 police officers, not 5. An interesting fact, he has Mike Richardson, who assisted him with this. I have this report in front of me, and Chief Eric Danielson, the Sussex County president of the Chiefs Association, contacted him, and he said he does not agree with the removal of Chief Delaney as the police chief. We've asked him for a letter stating such. He also said he has a text message stating such. It noted in the report, the police department has the largest budget. Well, that's obvious because they work 24/7, 365 days a year. They have to staff the police department. Now, there have been 3 public safety directors in Dover, and it's the mayor's opinion. I understand he has an opinion. Complete failure. I know one very well personally. We're going to ask him to come forward to give the reasons why he stepped down as the police director. Atlantic City did this. By reasons of economy, efficiency, that ended in a $3 million verdict for Chief Mooney in Atlantic City. You're going down the same road. Chief Delaney is not the highest paid police chief in the state. He's compensated fairly for what he does and all that he does. He is an outstanding police chief, an outstanding person, an outstanding police officer, and an outstanding family man. And
time's up.
Thank you. What do you have next, Drew?
T.C. McCourt.
Good evening, T.C. McCourt, 32 Davis Avenue. Let me just start off by saying to everyone in that room, the people of Dover are not stupid. We see Ordinance 30 for what it is. Political payback, plain and simple. You all think we're too blind to see this for what it is. A retaliatory strike against the police department with the fire department dragged down as collateral damage. It was mentioned earlier that the chief should have just been nicer from the beginning and worked with everyone. Well, maybe he would have if this weren't part of a 20-plus year-long vendetta against the Delaney family and not just Chief Delaney personally. Maybe he would have worked with you if you hadn't spent your entire campaign telling people that you were going to reinstate a public safety director for no other reason than to control the police department. Mayor, this goes directly to you. Somewhere along the way, you seem to have convinced yourself that your word alone constitutes the truth. But here are the facts. Your own budget documents show that repeatedly the police department has actually come in under budget. You, in fact, cut their budget this year. You warn about the hiring of officers with questionable pasts, yet you intend to bring back not 1, but 2 police officers in positions of power who have their own questionable casts. Selective enforcement? What exactly is it that you don't understand about accountability? Just because you have a nice title doesn't mean you don't get to be held responsible. Your repeated claims that anyone in the department is recording conversations in town hall are false, and you know it. These accusations are nothing more than an attempt to smear people you personally dislike. Mayor and everyone in that room, I speak on this as the son of a career police officer. My father retired early because of someone just like you, Mayor, someone who injected politics into police.
All right, next up, Robert Brannigan.
Bob Brannigan. Can you hear us, Bob?
No, but I can, and that was not 2 minutes.
Mute him again.
What's going on here?
Bob Brannigan, are you there? Let's move on. Do you have the list, Jordan, in front of you? You're not just...
Yeah. Brian Lozano.
Brian Lozano.
Hello, Brian Lozano, 43 Park Ave. Dodd has no way to justify his jealous and power-hungry desire to get rid of Chief Delaney, so he's relying on you, Michael Scarnio, and you, Giovanni Estacio, to feed his massive ego and facilitate his dictatorship. But this isn't about Chief Delaney. This is about our safety and our democracy. Replacing the police and fire department chiefs and deputies with a public safety director makes the department dead ends. Simply feeders for neighboring departments without a dictator. It says to the officers and firefighters, you are good enough to risk your lives for us. You are good enough to work above your title, but we will never actually give you the title. Our police and our fire department are short-staffed. You all know that, especially you, Mike Scarnio. This ordinance simply makes them short-staffed and micromanaged, increasing costs with bureaucratic micromanagement. You know this history, Mike. In 2011, claiming financial constraints, Dodd had the audacity to ask for salary givebacks from the police union or face officer layoffs. The police union hired a forensic auditor to prove the town had the money. Lieutenant Frank Coppinger, a 23-year veteran of the Dover Police Department, claims that because he demonstrated his free speech support of former Chief Harold Butch Valentine, Dodd demoted him to desk lieutenant after serving as officer in charge. You do not have to take my word for it. You can read all about it in NJ.com article titled Dover Cop Files Notice of Intent to Sue Town Over Political Retaliation. You can read all about the time Dodd directed the town administrator to suspend the former police chief, Butch Valentine, only to waste our tax dollars in the news articles entitled Dover Police Chief Reinstated, Can Run for Mayor. Or how about the article, another Dover cop accuses mayor of ticket fixing, political retaliation, adding to cop alleges secret ticket dismissals, physical threats, political retaliation.
Next up, Connor Burbridge.
Yes, hi. Connor Burbridge, East McFarland Street. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I just have a few things I'd like to address. It's too bad I only get 2 minutes thanks to the mayor's long speech politicizing the meeting. One, I'd like to know why we're rehiring a dirty cop back in Dover, who has a history of violence and multiple infractions. And
agenda items, sir. If you want to stick to agenda items, you're more than welcome. If not,
I'm sorry, sir. I have 2 minutes. Please don't interrupt me.
No, stick to the agenda.
Excuse me. Okay, let's stick to the agenda. Lou Valori mentioned the current overtime costs. If that's correct, it's costing each household $170 to $230 per year per household. like I'm completely fine with that. We have some of the hardest working officers, in the county. I've met and shaken hands with most of these guys. Our chief is one of the best chiefs, if not the best chief we've ever had. I've heard you up there talking about public safety, yet our entire shift was called to the town hall tonight. I just want to know, why is that? How that makes sense? Okay, the other thing, Councilman Scarnio mentioned something about the police see the same things we do. That's a very big assumption considering how understaffed they are. They don't have eyes everywhere. It's our job to say something if we see something. I think everybody as part of the community, it's our responsibility to do that. And Mr. Mayor, you're up there preaching accountability. I'd like to see you hold yourself accountable. I know you drive around.
Next. Ashley Encarnacion.
Ashley?
Can you hear me?
That was not 2 minutes.
Why are they allowed to speak when you do?
My comment will be in Spanish. Can I have the interpreter, please?
All right, let's set the time for 4 minutes. Are you need the microphone?
Can you hear me? ¿Me puede escuchar, señor intérprete?
Just give us 1 second, please. 1 minute.
Okay.
¿Sí le puedo escuchar? Ya puedes hablar.
¿Me puede escuchar, señor intérprete?
Sí le puedo escuchar muy bien.
Ok. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ashley Encarnación y soy parte de la organización del Viento del Espíritu.
Good afternoon, my name is Ashley Encarnación and I am a member of Wind of the Spirit group.
Estuvimos tocando puertas y conversando con nuestros vecinos, escuchando sus preocupaciones y necesidades.
We were knocking doors and speaking with our neighbors and listening to their needs and concerns.
Tocamos 175 puertas en el barrio 4 y en junio tocamos 175 puertas en el barrio 3.
We knocked 175 doors in the 4th ward and tienes que hacer un poco más corto y más conciso para poder traducir sin errores, por favor.
Y en junio tocamos otras 175 puertas en el barrio 3.
And in June we knocked another 174 doors in the 3rd ward.
Una de las cosas que más se repitió fue la dificultad con la renta y los impuestos.
One of the things that we mentioned was the difficulty that people have paying rent and services.
Cada año, impuestos.
¿Estás haciendo un comentario directamente acerca de la seguridad pública? Eso es lo que se permite solamente en este momento.
Sí, pero no he llegado a esa parte todavía.
Yes, but I have not reached that section yet. That's one. Adelante.
Cada año vemos cómo suben y para muchas familias esto significa tener que trabajar más.
We see how every year this cost goes up, and for every family that means that we have to work even more.
Tenemos menos tiempos con nuestros hijos y aún así no alcanza para los básicos.
We have less time to spend with our family, with our children, and we still cannot meet our own basic needs.
También escuchamos preocupaciones sobre la seguridad de nuestra comunidad.
We also hear concerns about safety in our community.
Nuestros vecinos quieren más oficiales de policías.
Our neighbors do want more police officers.
Presentes en los vecindarios pequeños para prevenir accidentes.
So they can be present in the small neighborhoods to prevent accidents from happening.
Y asegurar intervenciones cuando la gente maneja muy rápida o borracho.
And to make sure they intervene when people are driving too fast or maybe drunk. Adelante.
That was not 4 minutes. And if it was the interpreter who took that long time. So I'm sorry.
Adelante, dije adelante, por favor.
Still have over a minute.
Es que me mutearon. So, I don't know. También nos preocupan por la frecuencia de incendios.
Those people are also concerned about the frequency of fires happening.
Cuando tendremos más bomberos y cuando tendremos los camiones de bomberos que necesitamos.
When will we have more firefighters and also the trucks that they need, the equipment that they need?
No solo afectas a las familias que están trabajando.
It doesn't only affect the people or the families who are working.
También a nuestros vecinos retirados.
It also affects our retired neighbors.
Personas que han trabajado toda su vida y ahora dependen de una pensión fija.
People who have worked all of their life and now depend on their pension.
La seguridad en la comunidad.
Safety in our community.
Les roba la tranquilidad.
Takes away their tranquility, their calm.
Y pone en riesgo su estabilidad.
And it risks their stability. Ya terminaron los 4 minutos.
That was not 4 minutes, but okay.
Yeah, it's the timer. It was actually 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Thank you.
All right, next up is Dover PBA.
Dover PBA.
This is Dover PBA. Can you hear me?
Please, for the record.
Samuel Berretti, Dover PBA's president. We're advised by council not to speak on the matters of this meeting, and we would like to give the time back to the people, since none of our 26 members will speak tonight.
That's fine, thank you. Are you done with the comment?
We're done.
Thank you.
Are they gonna make a public comment in the latter section? If they're not, then that'll change how we hear in the latter section.
What's that?
We won't make public comment in the next one.
You will or you will not?
You will or you will not?
We will not.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying. Next.
Lefty Grimes, Edward Grimes.
Edward Grimes.
Good evening. This is Edward Grimes from East Hanover. I support the chief and the police department. The reason why you're at in-person meetings is because the police refused to arrest a Muslim woman for speaking with her burqa on. And I support the police that support the Constitution and for doing the right thing by not arresting that Muslim woman. Dodd and his cronies have shown Islamophobia by saying that Muslim people have guns and bombs under their burqas, and the reason why they're going to meetings online is because of that. And I think that's
keep this to agenda items only, or we're going to be in.
Yeah, so I think it's disgusting that you're treating the police chief in this way, because the chief supports Muslims, unlike Dodd. The police chief supports Islam, unlike Dodd. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, next up is Christina Alvarado.
Christina Alvarado.
Good evening. Christina Alvarado, 21 Spruce Street. I live in the 3rd Ward. I have been a resident of Dover my entire life. In fact, Mayor Dodd, I went to school with your son, James. Dover is my home, and that is why I feel a responsibility to speak tonight. Leadership is not about titles or self-claimed authority. It is about expertise, accountability, and service to the community. Mayor Dodd, while your biography reflects years of experience in the trades and project management, it does not reflect formal education or professional training in public administration, law enforcement, or emergency management. That matters because the decisions being made here directly affect the lives and safety of 18,000 residents of Dover. This brings me to the Ordinance of 30/2025. This measure seeks to abolish the positions of the Chief Police, Deputy Chief Police, Fire Police. What is most troubling is that the ordinance does not require this director to have any credentials in policing, firefighting, or emergency management. That leaves the door wide open for an unqualified political appointee.
Isolated. Yeah, and I can see that. And we drive them crazy.
We have noticed.
I don't know what's going on, Mayor. People are able to unmute themselves for some reason.
That was in 2 minutes.
No, you're not going to. No, we paused your time. Just give us 1 minute, please.
Come back.
Take Connor out of the room, please. Remove him totally from the meeting. Connor Burbridge is out of the meeting.
Thanks, asshole.
Removed.
Okay, I will proceed. That leaves the door to wide open for an unqualified political appointee to be placed in the charge of Dover's entire public safety system. That is not reform, that is regression. Dover police already respond to more than 30,000 calls for service annually. Eliminating experienced leadership and concentrating authority in one politically appointed office will erode efficiency, undermine morale, and make it even harder to recruit and retain qualified officers and firefighters. In the long run, this will make our community less safe. Mayor Dodd has also said he wants more access to information and calls himself the CEO of this community. But let's be honest, this ordinance is not about efficiency, it is about control. From a business perspective, nothing here makes sense. Yes, I agree the book should be clear and there should be one operational fund where payroll is transparent. But the solution is not to abolish qualified leadership so the mayor can handpick who controls information. That is dangerous governance. The administration has cited the...
Thank you. Next up.
Yeah, real quick, could I just comment on something that was just said? So in the ordinance, it does have qualifications. If I'm reading the right part of it, it says just Director of Public Safety, just for the deputy, and I have to look at where it says for the regular director, minimum of 10 years of experience as a member of the police department, fire department, or other public safety agency, including military corrections facilities or state police, 5 years of which shall have been in a supervisory or administrative capacity. So that's what I see. You know, I think that if we look at this, that's in there. If not, that was probably the intent. So it could be amended to say that the director of public safety also has to have those credentials if it does not already.
It's definitely. Yeah.
Yes, but they are not appointed by the people, is what I'm saying.
Gotta get in silence, please. Someone.
So, to the chair, Mayor?
This is not a debate, this is a public comment portion, not a debate portion.
I just want to remind everyone that's online that while you may have the ability to unmute and make a comment, please do not do so, as that will be disruptive to our meeting. And if you say anything that violates our rules as I laid them out at the beginning of the meeting, you will be removed and restricted from making a comment.
Go straight where we're down.
The whole system went down?
Yeah, it's down.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute recess. And did anybody check, are we vocal up too? Or the whole system went down?
It's got White Street.
It's pretty close.
Well, actually,
No, people couldn't hear what we're saying, so the mics are live. The mics are live.
Mics are live. Mics are live.
yes, it's the street.
Okay. Oh, now it's good.
So we're going to take a 5-minute recess while they figure out what's going on with the system. I'm sure the public can hear what we're saying. As soon as we get video back up, we will be back live.
Hay que conectarlo entonces, el central flow, ¿no?
Oh,
Did,
oh, that's.
Eric, did you pick something?
No, it's
Yeah. The power man. Yeah, the power man did too much in it. Yeah, this one was like, they were all right.
I think the power man.
Yes, the phone. Yeah, there's one was all. Because I connect to my phone, it's the first.
This is color line right here. So this one off too.
Just go off on its own.
Oh, no,
Why people are crazy.
yeah. It's like, oh, girl, yeah. I didn't say,
He said he.
I did, oh, no, my God. You know what?
You could have had a search too.
I might have. You're still alive.
You're still alive, we just lost our camera. To video.
The bump.
The bump.
We might have had a search.
But what's it called? But what about the video?
I mean, I see the logo. The little logo when it goes off. I see that.
This thing is blinking.
No, it's not enough.
Lights are still up.
An integrated with. It's not me one that's coming on. No, we need. This is not. It's not something.
Okay, we're back live. All right, sorry about the technical difficulties here. Our next speaker, good.
It looks like everyone has spoken. No more raised hands.
And is there a reason why we don't have this screen up now, or we'll get it back up if possible? Please?
Yes.
So, did you see this speaking? You have it? Yep.
So he spoke already. Oh, got it.
Well, that's right.
Okay.
They're back up now, folks. They're back up. But they are back up.
So,
We could go through. And did we document the start time of the public portion? The one we had a public portion, right?
Yeah, but we reduced it to, so.
Who's the next speaker?
Chief Andrew Caggiano.
Chief Andrew Caggiano.
Can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes, we can, Chief.
Mayor and Council, I am Chief Andrew Caggiano, President of the New Jersey State Association of Chiefs of Police. Chief Delaney has our association's full support. Chief Delaney is a true professional and a tremendous leader. He leads a professional and dedicated group of police officers. We have seen his leadership firsthand. The Dover Police Department is an accredited agency, and they continue to maintain this accreditation under his leadership. The chief and the officers are dedicated to bring professional public safety to all that reside in Dover. Normally, a township supports their police officers and the chief of police. This, unfortunately, has not been the case in Dover. After constant interference by the mayor and committee, Chief Delaney was forced to file a civil suit. Now, the same governing body is proposing to put in a public safety director in another effort to interfere in the day-to-day operations, which are the responsibilities of Chief Delaney. The New Jersey State Association of Chiefs of Police, along with our association's attorney, Vito Gagliardi, will continue to support Chief Delaney and the Dover Police Department. We will continue to monitor the actions of the town of Dover, and the ongoing harassment of Chief Delaney and the officers must stop now.
Is that it? I believe so.
Yep.
Chief, is that you're finished?
That is my statement, yes.
Thank you, sir. Next up.
William Woodhull.
William Woodhull.
He's on.
Is his hand up?
Yeah, he's on.
William, can you hear me?
Okay.
We'll come back. Next up.
Jay, no last name.
He's not on our list of registered speakers. Next. Has to be off the list of our registered speakers.
Okay. So that's it. Everyone has spoken from registered speakers.
Richard Flom on there?
Richard Flom, he doesn't have his hand up. So these are all people that have spoken already.
They all have spoken with the hand.
With their hands up, yes.
Let's make, if there's anyone that's already spoken, well, you already have your hands up, please take them down. If you are at the public library and you wish to speak, please let us know. I don't believe there's anyone there, according to...
There's someone there, there's a former Bermudez that did register, he just came on.
Okay, all right, so Joshua Bermudez.
Joshua Bermudez.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, so I just wanted to say this. The mayor and his close allies in regard to ordinance number 30, 2020-25. I mean, they've done a tremendous job. However, it's only to benefit themselves politically and financially while we all suffer as a consequence. You know, our taxes have risen over the past, 4 years, and the town remains basically dilapidated, and the only source of renewal is in the form of like luxury apartments that no ordinary Dover resident that has lived in this town for 20, 30 years will ever dream of affording. You know, at the same time, you know, there are so many people in this town that are being taken advantage of by predatory landlords and property owners to the point where people are peeing and defecating in buckets out of their apartment buildings and their complexes. And the only thing that the town thinks is a good thing to do is to take away a person so renowned in the community for a public safety director that is going to be at the behest of the mayor and of the town council, which is shown to be ineffective, corrupt, and honestly just complete garbage. That's honestly what I have to say. And to the council members who may still be on the fence, you know, you can still be on the right side of history and vote no on this measure. You know, you don't have to be complicit in this power grab and fight back against it. You need to serve your constituents and not the boss, not the donors who run you. You have to at least show some backbone, because it seems like you guys do nothing at all. You know, and honestly, and all I can say is this: the tide is turning against all of you. It's over. It's only a downward spiral from here. It's only if you want to do you want to control the damage, or if you just want to go down the ship as well. Because we're tired of this. Everybody's tired of this. I'm done with my comment. Thank you.
That's it, Mayor.
There's a resident that has signed up. Raise your hand.
Can we go back to, Woodhall? William Woodhall? Yeah, of course. Oh, you make next week. William Woodhall, if he's on the, Can
you hear me, Mr. Mayor? Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can. Wait, do you have two devices going at the same time?
Stand by, trying to figure out what's going on with my computer. Can you hear me now, Mr. Mayor and Board?
Yes, yes, we can. We can hear you.
Can you hear me, Mayor and Board?
Yes, we can.
What for a minute?
Mr. Woodhall, you can start speaking now.
Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor and Board?
Yes.
We can hear you. Unfortunately, we need to move on. Is there anybody else?
Okay. No.
Yeah, that's fine. It's okay. It's okay.
What's the name?
Maria Chacon. She's registered on the list.
Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, we can. We can hear you, Woody, but obviously you can't hear us.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, could you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi. This is Maria Chacon. I am here to stand up for our community and to also speak up for Chief Delaney. This is also about who is sitting up there as council people. You need to do your jobs and you need to take care of the community versus attacking the best chief that we've ever had. Right now, you're dealing with somebody that is going down pretty quickly. His whole team is messed up. There are cracks all over his game. He lost big in June. He's going to lose again. He's a Republican Democrat. He's all whacked out. Please do your job. Don't go down like losers. Thank you.
That it?
That's it.
Anyone else? So we're good. Okay, let's move on with our agenda. We have ordinances for first reading. We have an ordinance 27, 2025, an ordinance to the mayor, town council, town of Dover, county of Morris, state of New Jersey, adopting the Newberry building redevelopment plan, subdistrict G within the Bassett Highway redevelopment plan. Can I have a motion and a second? And then I want to allow, we have Alex, our town planner, on with us. We have Dean Donatelli, our redevelopment council.
So, second.
We have a motion second. Gentlemen, are you there? Jordan, can you allow Alex on and Dean Donatello, please? I'm not sure if John McDonough is on as well, but Alex can answer that.
Alex, go ahead, you're on.
So I do want Alex as our planner to discuss this with the board. This was a site plan that came in from the Newberry building, the complete layout. I just want Alex to explain that to this council.
I'm not getting anything from him. And also, I don't see.
He was on. Yeah, you can call on the phone, please. I don't have. You made it come back.
We get him first and second?
Yeah, first and second.
Here.
Would you allow?
Sorry, guys.
Do you want me to let Dean?
No, it's okay.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we got it. You're on. So Alex, I just had a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 27, the Newberry building, and I would like you and Dean to address this council, fill them in what this is all about, please.
Certainly. So for this evening, I did prepare a PowerPoint with some visuals of the 3 redevelopment projects up for discussion this evening. If it pleases, I'll share my screen. It should be brief.
So Alex, I just need to know, are you starting the baby on planning already?
Yeah, getting her trained up.
That's awesome.
So for purposes of this evening, we have 3 redevelopment plans within the overreaching Bassett Highway redevelopment zone. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so these 3 redevelopment plans are going to be really concentrated in 3 different subsections. If we recall the last meeting, we talked about the various subdistricts here. Subdistrict A and C, as well as G. This is a general area of Bassett Highway for the viewers and the public that we're talking about. 3 areas of focus are approximately where these red arrows are indicated. And just for purposes of where we're at with Bassett Highway, these yellow stars indicate some projects that have already been approved or projects that are near fruition where we can present soon. We have the 11 townhomes right in front of the sports complex. We are in great standings right now with the proposed Harry Laurie site. It's on the agenda, so we can start moving that forward. The the theater is up for sale, and there's been many calls coming into the office about potential revitalization of the theater, the Baker Theater. We've had plenty of conversations with the Birmingham auction about doing something along Bassett. And then we have the corner of Warren and Blackwell, where the fire took place a few years back. So, we have 3 tonight, but we'll have many more coming online. And this general area that you see in front of your screen will certainly be revitalized from a redevelopment standpoint and planning standpoint, and certainly add more value to the community overall. For clarity, for recap, last meeting we talked about the overreaching vision for Bassett Highway. So these images really kind of just generalize what we discussed. We laid out some foundations, what we wanted to see, relocation of roads, potentially seasonal road closures for public plazas, and relocating the street for a sense of place and gathering. We talked about beautification, stamped concrete, and various things such as, street trees and light posts and in that regards. By way of bump outs, curb outs, continuing that river walk, pedestrian safety crossing measures for safety, rain gardens, just to name a few.
So for this evening, again, we're talking about 3 sub-districts. Subdistrict A, big in yellow. We have below that Subdistrict C in red, and Subdistrict G off to the right near the post office. Subdistrict A, for a recap, we're envisioning a high-density residential development with a live-work-play arrangements and a mixed-use element along prominent street frontages. This is anticipated with Subdistrict A. May include low to moderate income housing to meet the town's fair share affordable requirements. Subdistrict C is a transitional development zone. Really, when we look at Subdistrict B on that map, we have those 11 townhomes that were pre-approved. We have the historic row houses that are there. Subdistrict C is more a transitional zone from that low density, leading into and abutting potentially higher, larger scale redevelopment opportunities. Again, that Harry Laurie site. So Subdistrict C is more of a transition. It will focus on neighborhood retail on the ground floors, but the focus and the undertone really is on residential uses. Given that retaining wall there on Blackwell Street in front of this Subdistrict C on Dewey, really does limit the visibility, and the population really is not there to support storefronts. But nonetheless, it's always been there. That Subdistrict, we really see that as an opportunity later down the road to reignite that. Subdistrict G is anticipated to have a communal undertone, which is achieved by establishing neighborhood eateries and civic type uses that promote amenities and seasonal road closures to create an environment supportive of community gatherings. Again, I say that because Dover is a small town. We have a limited space, growing population. We need to try to support and find creative ways for communal gatherings. So your Newberry building, or Ordinance 2725, this one really is unique, as many of the public knows. The building's under construction and renovation. We've talked to the owners multiple times about what they propose to do there, what's this renovation looking like, and it was a very unique discussion, something I think we should celebrate as a community. When we talk about this site, it does come with an opportunity to talk about the Bassett Highway Pub, where we have that corner on Sussex and Bassett right there, where it's just a bar and some gravel parking lot. So this screen here really represents the redevelopment plan. We have 2 lots in here. The redevelopment plan before Mayor and Council does differentiate the fact that Lot 1 is developed. When redevelopment does happen or any use does come into play, bulk standards will be that of their own by way of building, the size, scale, and the project. But the uses here within this redevelopment plan before the board, predominantly we want to keep and move that forward through Lot 1. But for the essence of what's before Mayor and Council, Lot 2, the Newberry building, we want to talk about the uses happening in there, which would otherwise take place on Lot 1. But Lot 1, again, the bulk standard setbacks have not been established because that site has not been, discussed as far as potential future uses or any development patterns going forward. So with that being said, some background history here. What makes this site unique is the Newberry building. Was built in the late 1800s. It was home to the J.J. Newberry store, which is where I guess you got its name, the Newberry building. And when we talk about this particular site, it's a very prominent contributing corner building within the Blackwell Street Historic District. And it is locally known and referred to as the Newberry building, again, because of J.J. Newberry store. Deep in Dover's history, it was referred to as the Richards building, the original use and ownership. This building was their primary store throughout the Morris County area, delivering goods throughout the region. This name is also recognized as it played a key role. George Richards was the first mayor of Dover. Think about Richards Avenue, where that came from. So I understand we as a community know it as the Newberry building. I think the current owners are trying to bring back the historical heritage of this building and rebrand it as the Richards building, I think, which is suiting, but nonetheless, Newberry Richards, some background history here. A prominent building. Your redevelopment plan in front of the Mayor and Council calls out for really keeping the building footprint the same, but we want to talk about enhancements visually. When we talk about those enhancements visually, from a planning standpoint, this plan calls out for communal gatherings, public spaces, and the likes. We don't want to see blank walls. We understand it's an historic building. And when we talk about the historic building itself and the facade, this plan does call out for an opportunity for some sense of place community branding on behalf of the Dover community, much like the building we see to the right there. But nonetheless, if the historic board and the administration do not see this fit, there is a clause in the redevelopment plan that Financial contributions should be, put before the town to put out art throughout the town anywhere they see choose. So there's an opportunity to kind of liven this blank facade up. But nonetheless, when we talk about the facade, we also want to talk about the corner of Warren and Bassett. This corner here is also part of that building. We will see a transformation in this in the facade. This redevelopment plan, again, the building stands, we want it to remain, really focuses on the use and the treatment of the building. This site has already been before the Historic Commission and will return. And when we talk about the Historic Commission, we also need to talk about the fact that this building itself will have multiple uses that will be complementary to the historical use of the structure as we indicated. When we talk about this area, these photos here are reflective across the street. Back in 2017, this is what across the street looked like. This is what it looks like today. So this area has seen improvements time and time again. Hold on 1 second, guys. I do apologize. It's getting a little feisty.
I'd like you to move down, huh?
Go, like that.
I want to apologize, Mayor and Council, and to the residents of Dover. I put the baby down for a second. So on your screen, we have the advancement across the street and the redevelopment that took place shortly after 2017. Upgrade facade. We have some bump out, curb outs, and enhancement. Why is this important? Again, in this Subdistrict G, we are calling out for seasonal road closures in here. This area in particular, short piece of road. And this redevelopment plan really does call for uses that draw civic and community engagement. Again, the community knows this building's under renovation. Moore's Arts, commonly referred to as the Moorestown Arts. We have space for them. They are relocating to Dover, which is a big win. We are asking for uses in this building that would draw community. Think about a strip mall or an airport, food courts, multiple vendors in the food court, a live corner, street activity. This plan does allow for communal kitchens. So if you are throwing an event, you can rent a kitchen, cook at scale. Educational uses, particularly higher education, not elementary and public school, but higher education and trade education. This plan does call for event space and gatherings of the sort before you in the plan. It also allows for shared work environment and shared workspaces on the upper floors. So when we talk about this building and its adaptive reuse in the interior, it certainly is going to hopefully promote a sense of place and communal gathering right in the heart of the downtown. And we want to capitalize on that, hopefully down the road when things come into place, and try out some seasonal road closures in the sub-district. And this plan allows for that by way of accessing Bassett Highway, accessing the street. Blackwell Street has substantially wide sidewalks, about approximately 15 feet wide. So we want to reactivate the street corner, reactivate the downtown, and promote that sense of place, that seasonal road closure. And the uses in this plan certainly draw a sense to that. These are just conceptuals that I laid out before in the last redevelopment plan about road closures and what that community gathering is. So when we talk about the overall essence of the Richards building or Newberry building, the uses are really tailored to the sense of place and communal gathering. What we don't want to see there are your typical uses that kind of don't add that element. When we talk about the uses, we're talking about like vape shops and auto uses and that kind of stuff, which I don't know how that would happen in the building, but we want to be clear. Certain uses are prohibited by way of this project that would otherwise take away from the collective communal gathering and promote that. I think this plan itself, with the current owners and the team they have behind it and what they've been doing, I think this is something the town can certainly celebrate. And this redevelopment plan is unique because the uses here at this site and what has been expressed at this building are very unique. So we felt it was important to write this in its own because if we were to write this or to amend an overreaching zoning plan, these uses would be everywhere. So we want to really kind of just look at it here, not in a spot zone sense, but a redevelopment, celebrating it and adaptive reuse of this place. We think about a marketplace, a theater, co-working spaces, commissary kitchens and that kind of stuff, event spaces, promoting the arts, obviously retails and sales and services, restaurants, that kind of stuff. When we look at that prohibited use, we're really trying to limit, gold purchasing stores, check cashing establishment, motor fueling, drive-throughs, massage parlors that aren't part of a fitness program, smoke, vaping shops, industrial manufacturing, outdoor storage. We really want to confine our uses to the building and really provide that. This use also does, in this redevelopment plan, call for amenity space on the roof. There is a lower portion of the roof in that regards by the Rent-A-Rec Center, amenity spaces and the like, sidewalk cafes, again, are promoted in this plan. So the Newberry building plan really is something I think the community overall sees what's happening there. But these are the uses that will be going in there. And I don't think I did a good enough job explaining just how exciting the use is when we sat down with the owner and his vision for that. But certainly from a planning standpoint, we try to capture that in this redevelopment plan. So for Mayor and Council, I know it's getting late in the evening. I've also went ahead and prepared the visual representation for your next ordinance 28-25 for West Blackwell and Dewey, the Highline Restaurant. They call it Fire. This is a conceptual for the community of what this project will look like if approved down the road. This facade treatment has been at the Historic Commission and has been approved. Really, what you're looking at here is a complex that will have 2 additional floors, a unified look, if you will, and with the crowns, the peaks on the corners, which I think you'll see later, really do complement the existing streetscape, particularly the church staples. Again, so in this redevelopment plan, block 1205, it really consists of 4 lots outlined here, 7, 6, and 5. This is the existing neighborhood before it burnt down. So as we see, we have many different facades, really not in unison or complementary of each other. So the goal here is to really emphasize facade treatment and bringing that, overall collective harmonized appearance. When we talk about this particular project and what it brings to the table, as you can see, the wall on Blackwell Street goes pretty high up. That was the element I was discussing before about retail back there currently right now does struggle. It doesn't have that prominent street corner, if you will, or public realm presence. So when we talk about what we're going to do here and what we're asking the town to permit, we're asking to keep retail there as permitted use, but also explore the opportunities such as putting residential there. Because again, right now that's not really boasting well. In this corner and this side of Dover is a little bit quieter as far as the sidewalk activity. When we talk about those corners and points on the building, as you see in this photo here, there are buildings on the same street here, that particularly the church with the cap and the crown, and the 2-family residential with the red crown as well. So we're really trying to complement the streetscape here. This redevelopment plan, if it were to be developed residential, I think it's important to note that 50% of this building makeout would have to consist of studios and or 1 bedroom as a combination. So we really want to promote, from a planning standpoint, walkable walls, disposable income in the downtown, that transitional housing where your kids have to get out of your basement at some point. 1-bedroom apartments, studio apartments are certainly a lot more affordable than renting a multifamily house with several bedrooms in that regards. And when we talk about the overall project itself, we are very cognizant and mindful of the school and the situation and the reform that just took place across the state. We certainly don't want to negatively impact that situation where the school is claiming they're, at capacity to do additions and expand. So every one of these redevelopment projects coming across my desk, we want to be mindful of that and really do promote the studios and ones throughout the redevelopment. So this plan, again, 50% minimum shall be studios and 1 bedrooms, and there is nothing allowed greater than a 2-bedroom. So there will never be a 3 or a 4 or 5-bedroom apartment in this redevelopment plan before here. What I think the elephant in the room, where's the parking? Particularly for these 2 projects that I just presented before the board, there are no parking as it exists there today. These are adaptive reuses, renovations of these properties, extensive adaptive reuse and investment into these sites. These sites don't have parking. As the mayor and council know and the public know, we have rolled out a parking program, which I believe will be in full effect in just a few short months. So most tenants, as we see, may or may not have a car. We have a lot of tenants that live in the downtown that are mixed use that do not have vehicles. For purposes of this project, to demo this site itself, to build something new with a parking deck, I think would really limit our ability to see this site adaptively, reused or renovated to a viable state for the community. So for parking, we have spoke with neighboring properties and other projects that we have going on, projects that will certainly take a lot longer in scale to build and manifest, where we have arranged some parking agreements where tenants here until the parking programs come online and future parking decks come online. We do have some spaces allocated where parking can take place. Which brings me to our third redevelopment project, the one I'm pretty most excited about here. Ordinance 29-2025 is 63-105 Bassett Highway, commonly referred to in our office as Lot 6. This lot is about 9 acres in size, and it stretches from Krauser's all the way to where the prominent structure is on Bassett Highway, where the old bowling alley used to be there. So this is Lot 6 here on the screen outlined in red. What I'd like for everybody to take notice of is it's highly underutilized. It's predominantly just a surface parking lot, 100% impervious. And the mayor and council recall, and the public recall, our last meeting when we introduced the overreaching vision plan for this, we talked about relocating this jog coming from Towpath into Bassett Highway, or Prospect, as many people refer to it as, that jog by the church. This plan is calling for a public plaza, a public park, if you will, where that stretch of road right here will be vacated and made into a public plaza. Again, Subdistrict A calls for mixed use, live, work, play units, affordable housing, and higher density. This is a fairly large site. When we talk about the potential scope of this site, we're looking at a project in phases. Off to the right would be phase 1. Off to the left would be phase 2. And the building prominent on Bassett, which currently has tenants, would be phase 3. This is an extensive redevelopment project. We will see, hopefully, if approved, one building at a time, which I think would help absorb the market needs and demands as well, and certainly keep this project viable versus one tremendous large structure, which can be troubling financially to build, as we've seen in the past and had discussions on. So this project, as we can see, relocates the road. We bring in a public plaza here. This plan also requires that this road, the promenade, be of paver stamped concrete, really distinctive, again, complementing that overreaching plan. It calls for a 5-foot median down the middle, heavily planted, landscaped. Every 5th parking stall on the internal street here would require a street tree to kind of help with that tandem parking. This does bring forward with it the continuation and completion of our Riverwalk here, at least in the Bassett Highway area. We are working on that relocation of the rail line to continue the Bassett Highway Riverwalk to the Rails to Trails program, again, continuing that Riverwalk feel and pedestrian circulation throughout the downtown and Greenbelt. But this will call for a 20-foot wide Riverwalk with a 6-foot wide sidewalk in the middle as part of the redevelopment plan. And generally speaking, it does allow for some commercial. Where Krauser's will be commercial as well. And then where the current tenants are in that structure that's along Bassett Highway, we want to keep the remnants of that, what uses and historical uses there that really aided Dover in its glory. So we want to keep that retail and that live, work, play element there. Thinking of live, work, play, we think of the Gunther Mill project and success of that project. From a planning standpoint, when we talk about the community itself, very entrepreneurial in spirit. A lot of, businesses in town are not franchises. They're one-off mom and pops, which is amazing for the community. I think it should be celebrated. So we want to promote that live, work, play where you don't have to necessarily worry about paying your rent and then buying a brick and mortar and paying that rent. As somebody who works in code enforcement, we do see a lot of business being ran out of their house. This particular project will be allowed. This is that live, work, play where you can live there and work in a sense in your own, and that would be along Bassett Highway with some commercial. So when we talk about some renderings and some concepts of what we're looking like, this is outside of our historic district, but the redevelopment plan does call for this particular project to, be reviewed for, comments and consideration to hopefully only enhance through the historic commission. But it is not in the historic district, but we want to play homage and compliment. Redevelopment doesn't have to deface the character of a community. It can certainly complement it. So when we talk about the design elements, again, this redevelopment plan is heavy in design. We're talking projects, a Mansford roof, brick, facade, that kind of stuff. So this is a concept, a visual, drafted by an architect, Chris of CPA, very talented. This image here is reflective of that relocation of the road and that public plaza, that sense of space. This is the concept we have here. This project will offer many outdoor spaces and amenities, all of which I would say 21% of it has to be pervious, meaning green in nature. So we really are trying to emphasize the green element here with that public plaza and the amount of tree plantings and shade trees and street trees that would otherwise be here with the continuation of the roads. So these are some visual concepts of what this plan hopes to bring to fruition. Again, we have that promenade coming in with the 5-foot median, with the vegetation, the curb bump outs that are called for, the shops. Again, this is reflective of Bassett Highway, a view of Bassett Highway. And when we talk about the overall building, there are courtyards as well within these buildings. Again, a minimum 21% of these courtyards must be pervious, meaning green. These are just conceptuals. Again, on the screen, you can kind of see that relocation of the road, the roundabout. This redevelopment plan does call specifically for a roundabout, a sense of place with a feature in the middle that really does, complement the area. And we talk about the overall essence of what this project brings with it and what's before the board. 70% of this project will be that of a 1-bedroom makeup or studios. Again, really doubling down and emphasizing we are familiar and have the concerns of what's taking place in the schools. 70% of this project will have to consist of 1-bedrooms and studios. Phase 1 of this project out the gate must have the affordable housing element for a 4th round fair share. Parking. This project at a minimum in the redevelopment plan calls for 1,560 parking stalls. That's the minimum. We have, again, that public plaza, that relocation of the road. That's about 7,000 square foot, requiring, again, a minimum standard. That Riverwalk will be 25 feet at a minimum with a 6-foot sidewalk. This project in your redevelopment plan before you calls for a 5-phase project. Again, that courtyards, 21% minimum pervious coverage. For the commercial along Pequannock, we're requiring a minimum of 3,500 square feet. The commercial along Bassett Highway, we're requiring a minimum of 8,200 square feet. And the live-work along Bassett Highway, which is distinctive from commercial, 7,500 square feet. When we talk about the size of the unit makeouts, studios, and 1-bedroom and 2s, the studios require 485 square feet. Very generous for a studio. 1-bedroom, 630 square feet, and a minimum 940 square feet for a 2-bedroom. So we are asking for generous sized apartments. We're not trying to overdevelop this site. Overall, the maximum units that could ever be put here is 640. Mayor, council, and public, the 640 sounds like a lot, but I want to emphasize 70% of these are studios and 1s. We can consolidate. Let's say if these were all 3 bedrooms, we'd have 213 units here. So I think 3 bedrooms from a planning standpoint and the community's concern is more detrimental to the community by way of the impact on the school. So breaking up those bedrooms into studios and 1s is what generates the higher unit count of 640. Again, from a planning standpoint, we want to reactivate our downtown, promote walkability, keep those amenities to your doorstep. We have the train, we have the bus lines. We want to capitalize on that. A community down in downtown does not need the car to go to the barbershop, to, the pizzeria. They can walk there. So when we talk about congestion and the likes of that, we're trying to bring young youth into the community that would use mass transit and shop in our downtown and add value to our downtown, and not negatively, in fact, impact by way of commuters and family-oriented commuters. This is what we consider transitional housing, where, again, the residents here at scale, at large, we're hopeful are the residents in Dover and around Dover that would otherwise have to one day leave their parents' house and find affordable housing options and choices Dover is not Hoboken, is not Bayonne or Jersey City. I think these rents would certainly be more affordable. Again, this project requires 5 phases. So we can certainly look at this as structure 1, kind of walking in, absorbing the market, structure 2 coming online. Now, how long would this take and the likes of that? A lot of this will be discussed in your redevelopment plan through the redevelopment agreements. I will, throw Rosette Dean Donatelli, working with a counselor on this. He is very good at what he does. No redevelopment plan going forward on our watch will just be open-ended. There will be a clause in there where anticipated construction and COs will be completed. So going forward, when we discuss RDAs, when we see this, these projects collectively come to fruition, that will be discussed in the RDAs. Much like the Harry Laurie site, which is on the agenda, I know was last month. This project has been stagnant for quite some time. It's missing that language. With redevelopment RDAs, what we're trying to do here is hold them accountable. So if the project's not done, we are anticipating revenues out of here. There will be penalties and such as well. So again, I don't want to take too much away from Dean, but I'm confident the projects we have here and working with the property owners and working with the collective team, John McDonough as well as Dean, these projects will come to fruition. Again, the Newberry is already under construction and renovation, and this project, given the scale and the phasing, I'm certainly confident we can, get multiple phases of this done relatively sooner than later. So with that, Mayor, I'll kind of conclude. We do have these 3 redevelopment projects that are complementary and do support the overreaching vision plan. This is a top-down approach here, but every one of these uses back here are communal uses that would otherwise drive that B2C, business-to-consumer relation here where people would shop and dine. One of the good things about Dover is retail space is hard to find on Blackwell Street. So a lot of people are asking, for more opportunities for retail. So we are trying to provide that, and we are encouraging smaller scale retail stores so we can, provide those entrepreneurial opportunities for Dover and add more amenities to the overall community and some variety of uses as well. So with this project, as well as the Newberry project, I'm confident there will be a lot coming online that the community can look forward to shopping, dining, eating, and experiencing. So for redevelopment purposes, that's what I have before the mayor and council. Those plans are, I believe, in front of the board, which go into a little bit greater detail about bulk standards and setbacks and the likes of that. But for purposes of that last project, it is your typical 6-story building, 2 floors, parking, retail, and then housing above it to support that. So with that, I'll conclude for any questions, comments from mayor and council.
All right, thanks, Alex. And that was the condensed version. So,
yes.
Dean, Alex just took 75% of your time to comment on the legal aspect of it because it's after 10 o'clock. Dean, did you want anything from a legal perspective?
Can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'll just be brief. So this is the first step in the process. So from here, these will be introduced, their ordinances. It's going to be referred to the planning board for master plan consistency review. All 3 of the ordinances that Alex referenced, and I think Alex did a great job summarizing. He's been working hard on these things. It will be referred to, those ordinances will be referred to the planning board for master plan consistency. And then they'll come back to the council for adoption and second reading and public hearing. This is intro, so technically it's not a public hearing. If you want to entertain questions, you can. But I'll just mention that's the procedure we're in. I just wanted to also mention, and Alex referred to the what we call the overall Bassett Highway, or the overarching Bassett Highway redevelopment plan, which covers the public spaces Alex mentioned. That was already introduced at the last council meeting. It's on your agenda tonight for adoption, but for purposes of efficiency and as Alex mentioned, because these redevelopment plans go together, I'm going to recommend that the adoption of the item F on your next ordinances to be adopted be adjourned and be referred to the planning board for master plan consistency, together with the 3 that were introduced tonight or will be introduced, assuming they are. And then that will go together with to the planning board and then come back for adoption at the next meeting. That's all I have.
Yeah, you're referring to ordinance 26. The overall estimate.
Yeah, 26-202.
We don't have to adjourn it. We don't have to do anything with it. It goes to the planning board and then comes back.
Right.
Mayor, if you allow me, can I have a couple questions? Thank you. Alex, thank you so much for the presentation. I know it takes a lot of work, everything that you presented, and you don't have a staff, so I know it's a lot of work, and thank you for that. I just have a couple questions. I think it was brought up before, but I did want to put it on the record and just put it as a reminder for this mayor and council. If what efforts, if any, are we doing in keeping community staples like Macola, Family Excel Success Center, and Catholic Charities? As you guys know, it's right there on Bassett Highway. I don't think I have to make the case for why these are community staples institutions in our community. So I guess my question is, as a mayor and council, do we have any power in asking for these community staples to be considered in the future developments of these properties?
So, Councilman Rodriguez, the Excel facility on Sussex actually just met, behind the scenes, preliminary. They are going before the historic board. They will be making an application shortly. I don't want to take their thunder, but it's exciting. They are renovating that building, and with an addition to go up. Hopefully, that's what I sat down with them, as well as a few other town officials, to review the scope of the work, to kind of guide them. But the Excel is here to stay. They certainly promote and add value to the community. As far as redevelopment in that regards, from a planning standpoint, I want to just hyper focus on areas that, generally speaking, the state and Fair Share have looked at as well.
It's kind of 1 minute. What Sergio is referring to is the nonprofit groups that are down on Bassett Highway, Family Success Center.
I'm sorry. There's obviously leases that are still in place there. That was the last phase for redevelopment. When we talk about redevelopment agreements in that regards, I think we can certainly, have discussion about, re-tenanting some of our staple uses and businesses that are in there. But for purposes, this is privately owned property. I don't want to be too harsh about it, but if the lease runs out, there is no guarantee the lease will be renewed. We can certainly plead our case with the property owner and the redeveloper when that day comes to redevelop the site and to entertain releasing. But we are putting back that commercial space and that live work space as well. So I say that, with an asterisk, I can't guarantee renew leases.
And so I guess that's where my question lies. I want to make it very clear that me, as just this council member here, I would love to see that there and make anything possible to go above and beyond within our responsibilities and powers. I'm sure a lot of the other council members will probably feel the same. I'm not sure, but as a mayor and council, I would like to make it known to the developers that is an important part of our culture and community here. And I would like to see that.
Because the beauty of it, we are municipalities in the driver's seat. And so we have the ability to negotiate that with the developers, and it's certainly something that I would do. I think they bring a huge value to the town, and I will certainly take that lead when it happens.
Thank you,
to keep them here.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one other question.
Before you move on to that, Sergio, I want to just emphasize the uses that are permitted in there would certainly allow for those uses to continue.
Yes.
Thank you, Alex. My other question is just on all the redevelopment that's happening. I don't know if this is the right time or phase to bring this up, but for instance, is there any way that we can have in our projects that they require Dover contractors, that the work that is going to be done on these redevelopment projects can be Dover companies?
So it's called first source employment that we negotiate into the developers agreement. But we've done it. I did it with FedEx. I did it with Hilton and Marriott. Any of these development projects come in, we encourage them to use local contractors first. That's referred to as first source employment.
Is there a percentage? Is there something in contracts, or is it just like we
good faith?
Good faith. Gotcha.
Right. So, Councilman, we have that as an ordinance for all redevelopment projects. But if no one shows up to bid on the job or put that in there, the project must go forward. But every redevelopment project does, like the mayor indicated, have to put a good faith effort to source local employment and contract work.
Is there a percentage? that we will try to ask them for, or is just
No, PLA only first anything over a project. The smaller projects, even a project like this, we could do a PLA, but that would be a separate discussion. The percentage, I believe, I don't remember. In all honesty, it's been many years since I wrote that into the developers agreement. But we can go back and take a look at that.
You might know the answer.
So my question is this the phase for that time, or is that in the future?
No, that's in the future developers agreement. Yeah. Dean, you good?
Yeah, I can just add that my experience is everything that was said, in terms of percentages, it generally applies, or it's generally asked that in our redevelopment agreements, we say the major trades. And so in, non-steel projects, that's Mayor, you would know better. That's typically, the foundation, footings and foundations, and then the framing work. So, but it doesn't go all the way into deep, drill down deep into like the sub trades or the minor trades. But we generally say if you have a major trade or a GC, if they use subs, they have to use good faith efforts to, local source the project. But it's hard to have percentages because, as was stated, it's really just a good faith effort, and what is the language we use is that they'll work with the town to have job fairs and advertise in town hall and public spaces the project's looking to hire. But, quotas and percentages are hard to kind of enforce, I'll say, or to kind of measure. So the language that we use generally refers to major trades, and that those major trades with their subs will also use that good faith effort. And that's kind of as far as we can go.
Thank you, Dean. And thank you, Alex, for your hard work and efforts to get this here tonight. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on ordinance 27. Questions or comments from this board? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Estacio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Santana?
Yes.
Councilmember Scarnio?
Yes.
Councilmember Tapia?
Yes.
Councilmember Toro?
Yes.
Councilmember Velez?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitner?
Yes.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes. Okay, they have ordinance 28, 2025, an ordinance of the Mayor and Town Council Town of Dover County and Morris, New Jersey, adopting the West Blackwell and Dewey Street redevelopment plan, portion of Subdistrict C within the Bassett redevelopment.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Questions or comments? Roll call.
Councilmember Estacio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Santana?
Yes.
Councilmember Scarnio?
Yes.
Councilmember Tapia?
Yes.
Councilmember Toro?
Yes.
Councilmember Velez?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitner?
Yes.
Mayor Dodd?
Abstain. Ordinance 29, 2025, an ordinance of the Mayor and Council Town of Dover County and Morris, New Jersey, adopting the 63-105 Bassett Highway redevelopment plan, Subdistrict A within Bassett Highway redevelopment.
So moved. Second.
Questions, comments? Roll call.
Councilmember Estacio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Santana?
Yes.
Councilmember Scarnio?
Yes.
Councilmember Tapia?
Yes.
Councilmember Toro?
Yes.
Councilmember Velez?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitner?
No.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes. Ordinance 30, 2025, an ordinance of the Mayor and Town Council, Town of Dover County, Morris, State of New Jersey, to establish Chapter 56 of the Administrative Code, Department of Public and Division of Police, Fire, and OEM, as well as repeal, amend, and supplement certain portions of the Administrative Code.
Moved. So moved. Second.
Motion and second.
Mayor, I have some questions about this ordinance. My first question is, why are there no specifics regarding senior leadership in the fire department in this ordinance?
Can you explain the question a little bit more? What do you mean by that?
So in the ordinance, I'm sorry, let me pull it up right now. Under section 2 of police, you have part A and part B, and in part B, it lists the ranks and number of positions per rank. Section 3 is fire, and there is no similar section to that.
Yeah, there was no change to the structure of the fire code in the same way the police function.
Okay. PBA versus North Brunswick was decided in 1999. Since then, under this mayor's previous administrations, the town of Dover has previously appointed 3 public safety directors looking 2012-2019, 2 of whom had police chiefs under them. Mendon Borough, a public safety director position, was established in recent years, and in doing so, also abolished the position of police chief. However, in this case, the position was abolished upon the chief's retirement, which upon my research needs to be a standard practice. Why is this different, and why are we not moving in this instance?
I think I could take that one, Councilman. So the North Brunswick case is still good law, even though it's from 1999. That's actually, I cite cases much older than that in my briefs, believe me. And the older the case is that hasn't been reversed, probably the better it is, frankly. So, I mean, the fact that we've had public safety directors here in the past with the chief doesn't necessarily mean that the chief at the time couldn't have contested it. So, we were fortunate, the attorneys at the time didn't raise the issue, but, I do anticipate, given the current climate here, that if we did try to move forward with both a chief and a public safety director, we would run into the very conflict that the North Brunswick case tries to prevent. And, I think one of the reasons why Chief Educa, who I've worked with for years, for South Brunswick, is here is the Chiefs of Police Association. They have an entrenched interest to try to have fewer public safety directors, which is understandable from a Chiefs of Police position. But the reality is that the case law from that particular case makes very clear that it's not the chief, that there's no fundamental right of chiefs of police to exist. The town is in control of public safety, and the town alone has the right under 4814-118, even though it's known as the Chief Bill of Rights, the town alone has the power to create a chief or not have a chief. So what the North Brunswick case says, and I'm sure we're going to run into issues if we don't abolish the chief's position, is that if the town makes the determination not to have a chief in the table of organization, then that means that the town can give more power to the public safety director. So my recommendation as labor attorney, having seen 2 years of nonsense go on here, including wiretapping, is abolish the chief's position. That way you can have a strong public safety director that can try to restore some unity and order to the government here. In Mendon Borough, you're right, the chief did retire. But that's an example, to your point earlier, of a very small department that has a public safety director. So I think they probably have 12 or 15 cops or fewer than that, and it's right. And they're doing well with a public safety director. So it works in small towns, big towns, medium-sized towns, and clearly it seems appropriate here where you've got this level of chaos, where you've got homeless people urinating, defecating, not being enforced. You've got people overtime. Nevertheless, even though you don't have enforcement, which seems to be self-contradictory, and then you've got the police department wiretapping down the wall. So there's something obviously needs to be done.
All right, good. So I've actually served in the role of town attorney in 2 places where a public safety director was put in, and I've served as the town attorney in 2 municipalities where a public safety director was installed and the police chief's position was not abolished and then ultimately abolished later. And one of the practical impacts and why I recommend the abolishment just for operations is you invariably run into a conflict with a public safety director when there's a police chief installed, because there's a limitation on the public safety director's power when a chief remains, which only solely limits that to policy making. The day-to-day operations are still run by the police chief, and it leads to inefficiencies, conflict, and just more problems than I think it's worth if you're going to make a change like this. So my recommendation is just for efficiency, which is the goal here, is to abolish the chief's position and install a public safety director as the law permits, not to install a director over a chief and run into potential chaos.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen's statements about the chief's contract concern me by essentially saying that some portions may be null and void. Does he set the stage for other contracts found unfavorable to be in jeopardy of potential nullification?
Okay, I think remote said something to say too, but I always, they have myself. And this is no disrespect to the chief, who I've been on a few occasions, had conversations with him like him. That's the most one-sided contract I've ever seen in my entire legal career. It's shocking to me that we even had attorneys on our side that approved that contract. First of all, the contract wasn't even, the chief was still under contract when that contract was entered into. I think there was a contract that was going to expire in December of that year. There are clauses in that contract that I've never seen in any other contract. The fact that the town pays for arbitration for the full freight of it. Most chiefs don't even have the right to arbitrate. I mean, I think we're all tired enough that you don't have time to listen to me go through the features of that contract, which are so one-sided and unique. But there are certain aspects of it that I believe are unenforceable, just because of the unique nature of that contract. Again, I would like to find, I haven't heard of an attorney who stepped forward and said on our side that they negotiated that on behalf of Dover. But that's not why we're in this situation. I think we're in this situation just because the police department and town hall are so at odds that the police department isn't doing the bidding of what, and everything was a chief's bill of rights violation.
And just to directly address your point, so the contract has specific provisions which attempt to limit your statutory authority as a public body. Directly on point, one of the most important powers you have is if you run into a budget crisis, an unanticipated situation. For example, if you happen to be in the state health benefits program and your benefit's going to go 36% this year, your cost, you always have a card you can play, which is not something anyone ever wants to do, but you can cut costs. And the only way to do that in an emergency situation is layoffs. It's not something that anyone wants, but that's a statutory right you have under 11A. And this contract limits your ability directly to do that, which I think creates a problem for that section of the contract, because you cannot enter into a contract in New Jersey that's contrary to law. It's void on its face. Even if the entire body approved it, both sides executed, you cannot do that. Why is that important? Because we don't want to enter into contracts with employees that run afoul of the law. There are other major problems with this contract. It's 6.5 years long. Never seen that. And so maybe it's valid. Why not make it 60 years? Why not make it a value to pay him $500,000 a year, $1 million? At some point, there are limits to this that will not withstand scrutiny in the courts. And I think that there's so many provisions in this contract, but just the most important ones are that it attempts to limit your ability to do what you're doing right now, which is to abolish the position. You have a statutory right to do that, to then take action subsequent to that, which will lead to a demotion to captain, and then correct the pay so that he's paid properly. That contract, I guess they anticipated this might happen, and limits it specifically by saying, if you demote him, he gets 1% reduction in his salary, which is currently over $250,000. It's $260,000 on the base. I will tell you, the highest paid law enforcement person in Newark makes less than your chief, and they have over 900 officers in Newark. So when you brought up earlier that there's 36 members and it's a small department, what you're paying your chief is not within line of what we see in much larger departments. He's making more. And while that may be something we can argue dollars here or there, it just highlights to me that the terms of this contract are unreasonable, and we do not have to yield to them in this decision, because I believe that the courts will support this decision.
Please answer one of my next questions. Thank you. Can one of you please explain the civil service rule of 3?
So when it comes to hiring, if it's a competitive process, the governing body and appointing authority has the discretion to, from among the top 3 candidates, at least as far as civil service is concerned. Sometimes there are contracts that try to get around it, but the civil service rule is that you can pick from the top 3 interested candidates. So if you've got first place, second place, and third place, and the third place isn't interested, but fourth place is, you can pick 1, 2, or 4, and so on.
My final question for now, I'll ask a couple in the later section. But it is my understanding that former Deputy Police Chief Justin Gavris, who received a payout of over $82,000 in 2019 upon his departure, is a candidate for the public safety director position. How do you reconcile this with the fact that Mr. Gavris is personally named and quoted as saying, "What goes round comes around," in the chief's lawsuit?
So you don't have to comment on rumors. That's absolutely
That's going to be our
ridiculous.
response. I'm just going to deal with the mayor directly. We absolutely cannot comment on speculation and rumors. Right now, that is not an issue for us, and I would not recommend any further comment.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Mayor, if I could direct my comments to the chair here. I say this with all due respect, but I believe there is a conflict of interest of a specific council member here who is a direct family member of the chief. Now I know that my comments are direct to the chair. Your comments should be as well. So my comment is to, if we can explore this, I believe she's a direct member of the chief. This position is a direct implication on the chief. So if council can advise us on this.
We've been down this road, so I'll say it again. I said it, I guess it was probably over a year ago now. My understanding, Councilman Rodriguez, is that it's not a direct family connection, that Council Member Whitner is the godmother to Chief Delaney's child, at least one of them. And my personal legal opinion, and I've expressed this before to Council Member Whitner, is that she should be well advised to recuse herself from matters that directly affect Jonathan Delaney, just because of the potential appearance of impropriety, the appearance of a conflict. And that she declined last time to take that legal advice. However, I would reassert that relative to this ordinance, because obviously very clearly Chief Delaney and his family would be affected by the elimination of the chief position. He would still be highly compensated as a captain in his department, but not to the tune of what he's getting right now. So by virtue of that, I would certainly, my legal opinion would be that Councilperson Whitner recuse herself.
So just to understand what you said, you're saying that because it's not a direct member, it's only the godmother. It's not, but it's still. So my recommendation is still to abstain.
If Councilperson Whitner were a direct family member of Chief Delaney, then I think the conversation will be a little bit different in terms of I would probably be jumping up and down, and so would Ramon, that she better recuse herself or she's going to take this entire vote. I do think, though, that the case law is concerning enough regarding appearances of conflict that on a close vote, this could still be a problem. So, my legal opinion, which is up to Councilperson Whitner to take or not take, which based on last time, I guess she's not going to take it, is that she, being the godparent of Chief Delaney's child, is a close enough association when especially, I think in this case, even more so than last time, when you're dealing with the livelihood of Chief Delaney, his pay, his income, his family situation, that probably would be a good idea for her to recuse herself or abstain.
I would agree.
And just a couple things. One, I just want to confirm, is that the family relationship that you have?
I have no blood or marriage relation to that family whatsoever.
Right, but are you a godparent?
I'm a godparent to the second child.
Okay. So I just want to point out that under the State Ethics Commission, it does define relatives and family members, and it lists those. I will point out that it does not specifically say godparent or relative, but it goes through son-in-law, daughter-in-law, step-parent, stepchild, stepsister, brother, half-sister, whether a relative related to the individual's spouse by blood, marriage, or adoption. So that's the direct relationship we talk about. When you get to indirect relationships, this is one of them, in my opinion. And I absolutely would strongly recommend you recuse on any issue here for the appearance of impropriety. So obviously I wanted to make that line clear so you understood it, give you that advice. We cannot compel you to vote as we sit here, but we make these recommendations in good faith just to avoid any appearance that could come back on you and reflect negatively on this event.
Thank you, that really clears it up.
Thank you, I do appreciate that. I have spoken directly to the Ethics Commission about this in the past, just so everybody is aware of this.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Estacio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Santana?
No.
Councilmember Scarnio?
Yes.
Councilmember Tapia?
No.
Councilmember Toro?
Yes.
Councilmember Velez?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitner?
No.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes. Okay, we have ordinance 21, 2025, an ordinance of the town of Dover authorizing and approving the termination of the redevelopment agreement and the financial agreement between the town of Dover and ProClamatIon Urban Renewal Company.
So moved.
Second. This is a second reading and public hearing. At this time, I'll open this ordinance to the public. Anyone in the public wish to be heard on ordinance 21 only, please raise your hand and we'll allow you to intervene.
So, Mayor, we have a J here, but he doesn't have a last name. And then we have Wendy Carmona, but she's not on my list.
This is specifically for this ordinance. Anybody can speak on the ordinance. It doesn't.
Okay.
I think anyone can speak on it, and we're back to 3 minutes. Okay, is my recommendation.
All right. So I'll allow the first person in. His name is Jay.
Yeah.
Yeah. As long as it pertains to the ordinance, yeah. Jay, can you hear us? Did Wendy Carmona have her hand up as well?
Yes, she did.
Okay, can you allow Wendy in, please? Wendy, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, so this is about the Bassett Highway project. I just want to say that it's way too much apartments in a very condensed area.
Hold on. So, Wendy, I'm sorry, you'll have to come back to the general portion of the meeting. This is specifically for the Harry Laurie project, the termination of the financial agreement. So we'll bring her back at the general portion.
Okay.
No one else? Okay. We'll close the portion to the public for please.
Councilmember Estacio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Santana?
Yes.
Councilmember Scarnio?
Yes.
Councilmember Tapia?
Yes.
Councilmember Toro?
Yes.
Councilmember Velez?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitner?
Yes.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes, ordinance 22 to 2025, an ordinance of town of Dover authorizing and approving the termination of the financial agreement between the town of Dover and Prospect Urban Renewal Company.
So moved.
Second reading, public hearing. Let's open this ordinance to the public. Anyone wishing to be heard, please raise your hands. Specifically to ordinance 22.
No new hands.
We close this portion to the public. Roll call.
Councilmember Estacio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Santana?
Yes.
Councilmember Scarnio?
Yes.
Councilmember Tapia?
Yes.
Councilmember Toro?
Yes.
Councilmember Velez?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitner?
Yes.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes, ordinance 23, 2025, an ordinance of the mayor and town council, town of Dover, planning Washington State, New Jersey, providing a handicap parking space at 291 West Main Street. Motion, please. So moved. Second. Motion second. Second reading, public hearing, I'll open this push to the public, and I wish to be heard on ordinance 23, please raise your hand.
No new hands.
Okay, we'll close the push to the public, roll call, please.
Councilmember Estacio?
Same.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Santana?
Yes.
Councilmember Scarnio?
Yes.
Councilmember Tapia?
Yes.
Councilmember Toro?
Yes.
Councilmember Velez?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitner?
Yes.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes. We have ordinance 24, 2025, an ordinance of the mayor, town council, town of Dover, county of Washington State, New Jersey, amending and supplementing chapter 73. So moved. Second. Okay, at this time, I'll open this push to the public. Anyone in the public is heard ordinance 24 only, please raise your hand.
No new hands.
Seeing none, we'll close the public. Roll call.
Councilmember Estacio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Santana?
Yes.
Councilmember Scarnio?
Yes.
Councilmember Tapia?
Yes.
Councilmember Toro?
Yes.
Councilmember Velez?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitner?
Yes.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes, we have ordinance 25, 2025, an ordinance of the mayor of Township of Dover County, Washington State, New Jersey, amending chapter 236, land use and development of the code of the town of Dover by establishing a historic preservation.
Second.
This is second reading at this time. I'll open ordinance 25 to the public. Anyone in the public wish to be heard, please raise your hand.
No new hands.
Seeing no hands, we'll close this first to the public. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Estacio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Santana?
Yes.
Councilmember Scarnio?
Yes.
Councilmember Tapia?
Yes.
Councilmember Toro?
Yes.
Councilmember Velez?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitner?
Yes.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes, we have approval of articles as resolution 255.
So moved.
Second.
Questions, comments, roll call.
Councilmember Estacio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Santana?
Yes.
Councilmember Scarnio?
Yes.
Councilmember Tapia?
Yes.
Councilmember Toro?
Yes.
Councilmember Velez?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitner?
Yes.
Mayor Dodd?
Abstain. And approval of resolutions under our consent agenda. Resolution 256. Approving taxi limos to be licensed in the town of Dover. 257. Approving local retail food establishment. Carlos Ice Cream. Resolution 258. Approving annual billiard board license. Celebrity Bar. Resolution 259. Approving a noise permit from 34 Parker Street. And resolution 260. Authorizing the acceptance of green communities.
So moved. Second.
Questions, comments? Roll call.
Now, Mayor, before we do a roll call, the issue that we have covered with celebrities tonight,
Okay.
should we table this, that part? Will we get a clearance on that? Do we have the answer about the liquor license?
Well, this is separate and apart. This is a billiard hall license, so this allows us to have a whole table. It really doesn't have anything to do with it.
Okay.
That's just my opinion, and we can get legal advice on that, but,
I believe.
so I guess the question here is that it appears that Celebrity, was brought to my attention right before this meeting, Celebrity Bar, did not have clearance from the state of New Jersey for their liquor license.
So I have, yeah, the Senate, I have it, updated from the state of New Jersey, and they have the license people.
You have paperwork Councilman, that the license for Celebrity is revoked by the state.
The state of New Jersey have the license people was 2020.
How can that be?
It's a business license.
Oh, it's a
business license.
It's right.
It's a license.
Oh, but the PNC, the BRC has something to do with it.
This was found online. Can we table this?
Yeah.
I recommend we table this.
So you understand it's a billiard license.
I understand that, but I'm looking at this right now, so I'd rather not.
All right, so we don't even have to table it. We'll remove resolution 258 from the consent agenda. Just remove 258, so you'll be voting on 256, 257, 259, and 260. So,
Yeah.
roll call, please.
Councilmember Estacio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Santana?
Yes.
Councilmember Scarnio?
Yes.
Councilmember Tapia?
Yes.
Councilmember Toro?
Yes.
Councilmember Velez?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitner?
Yes.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes. Okay, at this time we'll go into the public portion. Ramon, we said we're gonna limit it to 90 minutes. We'll go back to 3 minutes.
Yes, Mayor. So based upon the information provided by the speakers under Dover, TBA indicated that they, as a group, will not have 26 speakers. We're well under the time frame. So I'd recommend that we reinstate 3 minutes and open the public comment on any and all items.
Okay, at this time I'll open the portion to the public. Anyone in the public who wish to be heard, please raise your hand, state your address for the record. From the list, Jordan, you have the...
All right, so from the list, we...
Start at the top, we'll go down.
All right, Bob Brannigan.
Bob Brannigan? Bob, can you hear us?
He is unmuted.
Bob, can you hear us? You're unmuted. Okay, let's move
on. So nobody else is... Okay, Wendy Carmona.
Wendy Carmona, can you hear us?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And I'm sorry about
Okay.
that, Wendy. When you were going to speak before, it was pertaining specifically to that one.
Well, it's hard on Zoom when you don't have the agenda in front of you. It's hard to know exactly where you are because you guys are going super fast. But as my continual complaint is having all these dense apartments downtown can be a disaster. You're adding like 1,000 apartments on streets that can barely handle traffic on a weekend. I get more traffic down my street, more traffic on Elliott Street. I'm on Randolph Avenue just because of those apartments that are there on Prospect Street, because now they cut over. Now you want to add all these apartments with very little parking, and you think people are just going to take transit. You have no idea what jobs they're going to get. And the other thing is we don't have a lot of jobs in Dover. People will be walking to a grocery store that's very expensive right now. They're going to have cars. You're adding like 1,000 apartments in that small space, but there's no public parking anywhere, hardly even just to go to our businesses. I moved to Dover because I like small town. I don't want to live in Hoboken. Why are you guys insisting on building all these rental space in town? To me, downtown should be for business. It should not be for all these apartments. Just trying to get sometimes on a Saturday through there by the church, Bassett Highway, and getting up to 15. You've got all those lights. Those streets aren't long. How are they going to handle all that traffic? I mean, the plan looks pretty. I like the walkways around the river and all that. That's really nice, but it's too much apartments. We still don't know what's going to happen when that one on 46 is done. Where is that traffic going to go? Are those cars going to now also go through the neighborhoods? Are we going to have another traffic light and more things backed up? We have problem parking now because our forefathers, before you even, they allowed all the single-family homes to be made into multi-dwellings. People think my driveway is the taxi cab drop-off. I've had people block my driveway because now there's more multi-family homes. People complain all the time, the regular homeowners, that they're having trouble parking. But now you're going to add all these apartments downtown. They're going to try to find other places to park. So I wish you guys would just stop. It looks pretty. Why do we need to have more and more and more apartments crowded into our town? Thank you.
All right, so next up is Edward Grimes.
This is Edward Grimes, East Hanover. Mayor Dodd likes to disparage me, so I'm going to read from this award that I won. From the state of New Jersey, from the Senate and General Assembly, joint legislative resolution from Senator Cody, Assemblyman McKeon, Assemblywoman Jacey, Senate President Steve Sweeney, and Assembly President Craig Coughlin. Whereas dedicated to encouraging legislation that would require all new businesses in the state to become ADA compliant, Edward Grimes is respected and admired for his contributions to protests and for podcasting outside the State House in fighting for the rights of the disabled. And whereas, within all spheres of his life and work, Edward Grimes has established a model to emulate and has set a standard of excellence towards which others might strive. And whereas it is altogether proper and fitting for the New Jersey legislature to acknowledge Edward Grimes and to praise him as an individual of strong character and uncommon determination. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate and General Assembly of the State of New Jersey that this legislature hereby commends Edward Grimes, pays tribute to his meritorious record of service, leadership, and commitment, and extends sincere best wishes for continued success in all his future endeavors. And be it further resolved that a duly authenticated copy of this resolution signed by the Senate President, etc., etc., etc. And getting back to the ban on burqas, you also have a reason why you banned the meetings, because you banned burqas. And your councilwoman, Rosario, also does not respect Muslims and their right to wear burqas at council meetings. She had no answer for me also. So your lackey, Rosario, feels the same about Muslims as you do, Dodd. And you should be lucky. They do, you know, when you disrespect the religion, they put fatwas out on people. And nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Absolutely disgusting display of Islamophobia, Dodd. The police are great in that town by not arresting that woman in the burqa. They did not arrest that woman in the burqa because the police respect the First Amendment and they respect Muslims, unlike Dodd and his cronies up there, who lost the election. He ran an independent and another Republican. You're a fake Democrat. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so next up, we have Carol Ruiz.
Carol Ruiz.
Carol Ruiz, 43 Park Ave, Dover, New Jersey.
What's that?
The numbers, can you hear me? Can they hear me?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, because they're still talking. Can you start my time, please, Councilor Rivera? I can't see you, so I don't know when my time has started, and I can't tell when people are talking. Thank you. The numbers presented to justify the public safety director misrepresent the reality in our community. A single call, no matter how many officers respond, is recorded as a single incident. So the numbers we all heard need to reflect that. The overtime has been approved by the BA for 9 months now, and we need overtime only because our departments are chronically understaffed, while you approve 6-figure salaries for redundant administrative positions. The 4-man minimum includes the sergeant. It is not 4 men and a sergeant. And how much of the overtime is for Dodd's ego, to try to silence me and other protesters, or to police festivals he uses to fool our community into voting for his puppets on this council? Our town makes money, 20% on the third-party details, and the mayor absolutely has an open line of communication with the officer in charge. He has a specific phone for him for that. So, Mike, I am embarrassed by the way, it's like Hannah, the way you embarrassed yourself on this dais today, just regurgitating Dodd's lies about our police department. And you all know I'm not here to defend the police department. There have been officers that have made plenty of mistakes. But for you to sit here and act like a public safety director is needed or wanted, I can't. I could not look at you in the face after that vote tonight and after what I've heard you say. It is embarrassing to our community. We are not representing our ward, and you know it, Mike. That's why you were so conflicted. That's why you spoke as long as you did, because you know you are facilitating Dodd's lies. You are facilitating his manipulation and his power grab. It is disgusting, and it is shameful. And it is not fair to our residents and our taxpayers.
All right. Bob Brannigan already spoke, correct?
No.
No? All right. So I'm gonna try to let him back in. Bob Brannigan.
Bob, you there? Bob Brannigan, can you hear us? Next.
And the only other person is this Jay gentleman that we also tried to get to speak. I'll try one more time.
Jay, can you hear us?
Nothing.
This time I'll close this portion to the public. And I'm gonna make a couple comments here, because first I'm gonna start with Wendy Carmona's comments about too many apartments in Dover. You know, it's unfortunate that certain people feel this way. Redevelopment is absolutely needed here in our community. We need to bring in ratables, we need to bring in revenue, and there's a massive shortage of housing here in town of Dover. You cannot rent a 2-bedroom apartment. You cannot rent a 1-bedroom apartment. There's waiting lists for housing here in our community. So to sit here and say we don't need any more apartments, I'm sorry, but I totally disagree with that. There's a massive shortage of housing here in our community. And why should Dover be any different? Why should we be left behind? Why should we allow other communities to thrive and succeed like Morristown and Bayonne? They are incredible communities now, thriving communities with a young professional group. And if you want to sit here and focus on cars, you're going to get cars. If you focus on housing and individuals, you get housing and individuals. These developers that are coming in are wealthy developers, and they come in doing market studies and housing needs. And so they don't attract families with 3 or 4 vehicles. They attract what's called walking wallets. People who are young professionals that work in New York City and they want to live an hour outside of the city. They're the individuals that are going to be marketed to come to our community. We need to promote housing in the town of Dover. We need growth, we need revenue, and that's how you do it. Every other town is succeeding, and Dover's left behind. And Dover's only left behind because I left this town for 4 years. That redevelopment project on Bassett Highway started in 2006, and the only reason it didn't come to fruition sooner is because COA came in and they changed the mandate 1 in every 8 units to 1 in every 5. 20% of the project had to be low to moderate income, which changed the entire dynamics on the project. That's when the ROI did not work, and Sherman Crowe pulled that project. I'm thankful, I'm glad to see that it's finally moving forward after 20 years. That was 2006 that project went belly up. We have the Harry Laurie project here tonight, and I want to thank this board for revoking the financial agreement and starting the eminent domain process on Harry Laurie. That project was approved in 2018. It needs to move forward. Now the town of Dover, under condemnation, will take that property and will put it to public use. We will do a study to find out if a parking garage was feasible in that area, and then we will have parking in the downtown area. As part of the redevelopment, we're negotiating a parking lot B at Crescent Field for a parking deck in Lot A. There's going to be additional parking in Dover, general parking for the community. I want to see Dover succeed. I want to see Dover thrive. When we bring in development, we bring in jobs, we bring in revenue, and we bring in community. I also want to address Edward Grimes. Edward Grimes, you're a disgrace and you're a joke. You're an embarrassment to the Muslim community and the disabled people. You pretend to be disabled, yet you were running down Blackwell Street the other day and we have you on video. You pretend to be a Hindu woman because we watched you get out of your car and lift your wheelchair out of your car. You're a disgrace and you're an embarrassment to this community, and we will not entertain clowns and end up with a circus here because of you. And Carol Ruiz, it's amazing to me that you could sit here tonight and condemn this board for what they did. It's only a couple of years ago that you led the Black Lives Matters protest here in Dover against the Dover Police Department. It's amazing, just a couple of years later, you pretend to support the police. You're a joke. This is ridiculous, and I'm tired of the lies and the misinformation that's led out to the community. You pretend to be a friend of the Dover Police Department, and you're the first person that would turn on them.
Mayor, can I have a couple of comments? Thank you, Mayor. I did want to address some of the public comments that were made here tonight. One of the chiefs that showed up and said Chief Delaney isn't the highest paid in New Jersey. But what you guys didn't notice is that he had to pause because he couldn't probably say that he's probably not one of the highest. So he's probably not the highest, but he's probably one of the highest. T.C. McCourt saying that it's a political payback. We literally just went through a whole town meeting where it was established that Mayor Blackman gave Jonathan Delaney a promotion that was illegitimate and illegal because he supported Mayor Blackman's election campaign. That is a literal definition of political payback. And it didn't just cost us time and efforts, it's now cost us, I think it's gonna cost us around $750,000 for the political payback that Mayor Blackman did with Chief Jonathan Delaney. are illegitimate, Chief. Third, I'm not even going to address some of them because you guys don't even live in Dover. I will address Edward Grimes. Edward Grimes, you're embarrassing yourself. I just want to let you know I've had so many people reach out from Liquid Church, the church that you go to, and say that you are an embarrassment and that they are embarrassed that you are out here doing this stuff. You have a pastor at Liquid Church. I don't think he would be happy seeing you do all this stuff that you do here in Dover. If you go to church, you would know that. So stop embarrassing yourself, please, Edward Grimes. And to the lady, the young lady that came out and said that she's lived here in Dover and wanted to talk about how the public safety director is a handpicked person from the mayor, and her point was that it should be someone that's picked by the people. And so what I wanted to tell you to the young lady is, don't let yourself be misguided by people like Carol Ruiz. Everything you were saying was just a reiteration of everything Carol Ruiz was saying, but in your own words. I don't want you to have the embarrassment next time, because in case you do come into a next town hall meeting, you should talk to the other side. We are here at town hall. I would be more than happy to sit down and show you what we are doing and why we're doing it, and then you can go ahead and compare that to the talking points that Carol Ruiz gives you. But your notation that the public safety director should be someone picked by the people. So the mayor and council are elected by the people. So that is what elections are for. We are elected by the people, so we represent the wishes and desires of the people. So when the mayor appoints a public safety director, it is a representative of the people. So that's just the basic civics class that Carol Ruiz probably didn't give you, but it would save you the embarrassment next time. And then I did just want to read this because we've been hearing Carol Ruiz talk for so much and so long, and I don't know why nobody ever brings this to light, but we received months ago an anonymous letter that came to Town Hall, and I'm going to read it word for word. To whom it may concern, please accept this as an official complaint regarding employee misconduct of a town official and employee. Allegedly, council member Carol Ruiz is engaged in an extramarital affair with a sergeant who I will not name, who is also in a long-term relationship living with the mother of his child and has been seen riding around with Ruiz in his police vehicle on duty and carrying on this inappropriate relationship while on and off duty. Officers in the department are allegedly uncomfortable with her presence in police headquarters due to her anti-police stance in the past and potential access to confidential police information. Specifically, she attacked 3 officers, character slandering them, and the department created an unsafe atmosphere for them while a Cyprian Luke incident was investigated. The officers were cleared. Now she is a cop supporter. This rumor has now spread to the members of the public. Additionally, she was rumored to be hanging out in police headquarters. An example of this behavior allegedly took place sometime during the weekend of March 23rd or March 24th around 2 a.m. She holds power and control over Sergeant, who I will not name, and the police department due to her elected position, which creates a perception that both individuals are compromised and cannot honestly fulfill their duties without matters involving her. Has this sergeant used the police databases inappropriately for unlawful purposes for Ruiz and her political friends? It is also rumored that that sergeant, who I will not name, has been sharing explicit photos of her which are stored on his cell phone. This may have been done with or without her knowledge or consent, but this is a disturbing rumor and should be fully investigated to either confirm or dispel this conduct. If true, this is degrading and unfair to Ruiz and especially her husband. This all can be confirmed by a search of the sergeant, who I will not name's phone or computers. This complaint is being made anonymously due to retaliation and her being an elected official who has been known to attack attack people in public and on social media. Both individuals are closely aligned with the chief. The sergeant, who I will not name, also has a well-known history of bad behavior and misconduct going back years and holds supervisory power and has allegedly pressured cops to support the current chief of police. Basically, what the anonymous letter said here is that the former council member Ruiz was having an extramarital affair with the sergeant. They were seen at headquarters between March 23rd and March 24th around 2 a.m. This was all verified with surveillance video, which would show the former council member Ruiz coming in with the sergeant, going into the locker rooms where there's no cameras, and then 5 to 10 minutes later they come out and the sergeant is now in his, not in his uniform, but now he's in his regular clothes. This is all on video. Then they leave, then a Buffalo Wild Wings dash order comes into the headquarters. Sergeant, who I will not name, goes outside and gets the dash order. Sergeant, who I will not name, calls out because he's sick. And then Sergeant, who I will not name, leaves with Carol, who was in the police car at 2 a.m. and go off who knows where. And then 2 months later, when this was revealed, former council member Ruiz decides to come up to a town meeting and then explain as to why she was in a police vehicle at 2 a.m. 2 months later, when it was found of what happened. Councilmember Ruiz, you're an embarrassment. Please stop.
As labor attorney, I just want to say, obviously we didn't name the person. The police department probably knows about this, and if there is an internal affairs investigation, that would be confidential. That's not something that would be divulged to the public. So if members of the public are wondering what the councilman is talking about, it's very possible that this is a matter that's under an internal affairs investigation, which is highly confidential and would work its way through the system. So obviously, I appreciate you not naming any officers involved with this, because no one's been riced, and this is obviously a letter that was received, and you're just reciting the correspondence, not making any comments about public employees.
So Jonathan, as the appropriate authority, can Dr. Ramirez request copies of the videos?
Well, so this is sort of part of the reason why I think you're making a step in the right direction by hiring if you go forward with the second reading of the ordinance, to hire a public safety director, because what I anticipate would happen if Dr. Ramirez were to request that from Chief Delaney is he would probably be told by Chief Delaney, consistent with many cease and desist letters that have been sent to other people in Dr. Ramirez's situation, no, I can't share with you anything about police discipline, you're a civilian, Chief's Bill of Rights, interference, etc. However, based on the North Brunswick case, if you eliminate the chief of police position, you would now have a civilian that could have their legs planted in both town hall and in the police department, and potentially have some level of oversight and understanding of what's going on the discipline side.
Thank you. Anything else from this board?
I have a quick question. Who handles internal affairs for the Dover Police Department?
Currently?
Yes.
It was formerly, I believe, before he went out on leave, Lieutenant
who was just put out on the issue.
Yeah, I don't know who the chief has designated.
The chief has to designate the next step.
Someone just said.
There's nobody right now.
Well, sure.
It's possible that the chief did designate the person and hasn't informed us, which again is another example of we should know that. If we have a public safety director, we probably could ask that person, but we don't know. I presume the Morris County prosecutor knows, because probably Chief Delaney would have informed them right away that he's put out, Lieutenant Corona has gone out on administrative leave, and therefore I'm designating this person. So probably the Morris County prosecutor knows more about your police department than you do, and hopefully if you have a public safety director, that won't be the case anymore.
Thank you, John. Anything else from this council? With that, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'm so sorry. I lost my track. I just had two little things.
Just sort of before you go, just want to point out we do have an executive session.
Yes.
Oh, it's late. All right.
I wanted to just ask our deputy clerk, her last day was this past Friday. It was a little sudden. But I know the position is posted now, so I wanted to ask a couple of things, such as how are interviews for this typically handled for our deputy clerk position? Will the municipal clerk, who is the deputy clerk's direct supervisor, be involved in the interview and selection process?
So first let me say I'm not sure if we're going to hire a deputy clerk. Just because it's a vacant position doesn't mean we're going to fill it.
No, it's already posted on the website.
It can be posted on the website all day long. That doesn't mean we're going to fill it. And to answer your question, yes, if in fact we do hire a deputy clerk, the municipal clerk will be part of the interview process.
Thank you. And then with that, I just wanted to thank Ms. Quigley because she was truly an asset to our community and is definitely already missed. So I just want to thank her for her year and a half or so with us. And then lots to talk about the prosecutor's office. So, and lots to talk about wiretapping allegations, but I just want to encourage everybody, if anybody knows anything, please feel free to reach out to the prosecutor's office. They actually did contact me when they were in the classroom. So I'm sure they're looking to hear any.
Are there other council members who have contacted by the prosecutor's office? Interesting. Thank you. I'll make a motion to go into executive session.
Mayor, before you do that, I just want to point out there are two items that we want to discuss in close. Without getting into details, and this is up to the council if you want. There are recommendations based upon insurance counsel settlement cases. If you do want to discuss the cases in detail or questions, you can go and close. If you're comfortable with taking the recommendation that we're both going to make, you recommend approval.
Yeah, we need to go into close.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I do need to go into close because one of them I'm not familiar with and I need to be maybe on it.
Mayor, when we come back, we'll do the whole business and business will do.
I missed it purposely. I can't wait till next meeting to sign. We'll be glad.
Okay.
All right, let's a motion to go into.
For enforcement consent?
Yeah. Motion, do I have a second?
Second. Thank you.
Roll call.
Councilmember Sasia?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Santana?
Yes.
Councilmember Scarna?
Yes.
Councilmember Tapia?
Yes.
Councilmember Toro?
Yes.
Councilmember Velez?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitner?
Yes.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes. Okay, let the record show we are back from executive session. Motion to return. Motion. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Is the camera not working again?
I have not heard it all that. I'm gonna bring you over. All right, so, in this session, we discussed litigation on two settlement cases. During the previous administration, we were settling 2 lawsuits we haven't covered. We don't have to get into details on that, we just have resolution 262, 2025, approving the general release and settlement for docket number MRS L-26797-21.
So,
second. Then motion is second, roll call please.
Councilmember Stacio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Santana?
Abstain.
Councilmember Scarnio?
Yes.
Councilmember Tapia?
Yes.
Councilmember Toro? Yes. Councilmember Velez? Yes. Councilmember Whitner? Abstain. Mayor Dodd?
Yes. Okay, we have another litigation settlement in the previous administration, resolution 263-2025, approving the stipulation of settlement for docket number MRS-L-443-24.
Second.
Motion is second, roll call.
Councilmember Stacio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Santana?
Yes.
Councilmember Scarnio?
Yes.
Councilmember Tapia?
Yes.
Councilmember Toro? Yes. Councilmember Velez? Yes. Councilmember Whitner? Yes. Mayor Dodd?
Okay, we Councilman Santana, you want to?
Yeah, sorry, just some old business. For the DPW and the water department, they've been their salaries haven't been corrected, I guess, since 2023 because of the contracts, and we're coming up on their contract in 26. I was hoping if we could somehow, get in contact with the unions and get this figured out.
But I can say that's not accurate. That's been in progress for quite some time. There was a mistake that was done again under the previous administration during payroll. I know our CFO, Dr. Ramirez, has been diligently working on that to get that resolved. And I think right now you're on home stretch, correct?
Yes, sir. Pretty much it's been fixed already. We're just finalizing the numbers, but pretty much all that past mistakes will be taken care of. I would say probably in the next week.
Yes.
I've been involved with that as well. We got an email today from the union attorney, basically asking for documentation to come from an independent auditor that we hired just to make sure that the numbers were correct, because the payroll from years ago, the last couple of years, were also funky, that we basically wanted a fresh set of eyes. The union agreed, so did management, to have that done. So basically, new books were sort of reconciled by this firm called, it's John Swisher's firm, Subway Fluid, and now they basically gave us the raw data. So the union attorney is going to go through all that. Some of the things broke in favor of the union, some of the things broke in favor of management. Not that we wanted to underpay anybody or overpay anybody, but there were some instances where that happened. So unfortunately, it's a very complex situation, and we're working diligently with the union to try to get it all squared away, so that way the affected employees can get paid what they deserve to be paid.
Awesome. Thank you. So we're looking for the new.
It should be within the next couple of weeks. I'm hoping.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Is that it?
Yeah, that was it.
Anything else? With that, I'll make a motion for adjournment.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you.
Go ahead.